You have to start all over.
All right, no problem. Something I
Yeah,
haven't done
so
in
now
a
we're
while.
live.
All right, so I didn't know we hadn't gone live. So, but anyway, no problem. So, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this special edition of 90 Minutes.
Chim, give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Let me help out here.
Thank you, KJ, for that. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, depending on where you are located. And welcome to this special edition of 90 Minutes Africa. It's a special edition in the sense that it is a weekend where Americans hold their, or celebrate rather, the Thanksgiving. And that is why today you see me, your humble host, in this very big seat that belongs to Rudolph. Rudolph, incidentally, is not here today because his turkey is more important to him. So he has gone to celebrate and eat turkey. He feels that he has given people enough attention. So I'm stepping in today. But, I know we're going to have a wonderful time, and we wish all the other persons who associate themselves or who are American. So I have KJ here, I have Tony here, and we want to wish you guys a wonderful Thanksgiving. And also a shout out to all our other viewers who are Americans in one form or the other, and also celebrating Thanksgiving. It's a time we thank God all the time for all his mercies, but we also identify specific days to be able to intentionally say thank you for all the things, all the blessings we've received. So I want to welcome KJ, welcome Tony, welcome Mr. James. We have an outline of discussions. We'll be looking at things in retrospect. I hope I'm correct. That is looking at it from what has already happened before. We have the issue of Gumi and his aide. One of Gumi's aides has been under trial for his role in ransom payment. Lots of money were found in his possession. Then, of course, the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the last election, Dati Ahmed, was invited over the past week by the DSS for comments he made when he was interviewed in a particular media house. And then, of course, our First Lady invited all 109 senators to a sumptuous meal at a time when Nigerians are hungry, angry, and going through terror. Some people think it's very insensitive of her. I don't know what your take is. I mean, she's taking care of her children. The senators are her children. Unless you guys differ, you will let me know. And then there was also the incident of illegal weapons that were being taken. We don't know where those weapons were coming from. We don't know where they were heading to. We haven't gotten enough information. But weapons, from what we know, were being ferried across the streets of Kaduna, and some of them were falling on the floor and on the streets. And then there is Tunji Ojo, who some feel right now may be the shining light as a minister in this government. He's done a few good things. He has tried to streamline the process for renewal of passports. Some say it's a very good measure. And then there is also the fact that he went to visit, to carry out an oversight on one of the parastatals under his ministry, and it wasn't a very pleasant situation when he went there. He wanted to go there and find out what they were doing. We will also bring us up to speed on that. So without much ado, I would play a particular video. Oh, before I do that, gentlemen, I want to give you guys the opportunity to shout out to our viewers and just, wish them well. KJ, starting from you and down, Mr. James, and then up to Tony lastly. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chim, for standing it. It's good to hear you and to be here. It was a good day with the turkey. The turkey war was not easy, but we defeated it. We are here. Thank you, Mr. James, for being here. Your views and comments are always very, very much appreciated. Also, thank you, my brother Tony, for being here. Your constantly being here, and your views are, invaluable. So we thank you for being here. Thank you. I appreciate all of you and the people on the keyword warrior, the keypad warriors. Una well done, una do. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. James.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Although over here in the Gambia, we're not feeling too good because we are shivering a little bit due to the incidents in Guinea-Bissau. Although we are not in any way involved, but we are afraid of the what I call spillover effect. So we are not too comfortable, though it is our wish to be as comfortable as you guys are in America, God's own country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. James. The floor is yours, Tony.
Greetings, Chim. Greetings, KJ. Greetings, Pa James. Greetings, viewers. America is perhaps the only country that sets out one day in a year to give thanks. I think that's great. Unfortunately, it's also a period when turkeys are not happy, chickens are not happy because there's a mass casualty. But we give thanks that there was enough to eat. And I'm hoping that today we're going to have a great time with you, Tim, and with the audience. Thank you.
Okay, so point of correction, Tony. America is not the only nation that marks out one day. Actually, Canada was the first nation to start doing that. You might want to go check your history. The first Thanksgiving on record was a Canadian date and a Canadian city. But of course, America being who they are, anything they put their hands on, they run with. So it's a good thing that some nations find a particular day to give gratitude to God. So, all right. Without much ado, we've already outlined a few topics, and I want to thank you, Mr. James. I think that's one topic we missed. We would also review the coup that happened in Guinea-Bissau. Some say it was orchestrated by the ousted president himself because he was losing the elections. Then he invited the military. So we'll look at all of that and then see what is true and what is not true. But before we do that, I want to take us back a little bit to time in history with this video, and then we'll set the tone for our conversation.
Speaking for those of us who have put in place anti-open grazing laws, we have our reasons for doing it, and we have no apologies whatsoever. Now, grazing route to where? From where to where? It's not going to work. And it's not working. Can anybody wake up one day and say, we will now take cows to Asoro to feed? We have passed that stage. Time changes. And we all must be prepared to change with time. Let cow, let beef, let it eat the rooftop. It will come down. Let it eat the rooftop. It will come down. Because if today, because of we want to eat beef, so people will be killing themselves. And it's because we don't want to ban the culture. People are killing themselves. Mr. President has said it. Anybody with AK-47 should be arrested. How many have been arrested? It's not issue of ethnicizing anything. We are saying if you have a culture that is destructive of the means of livelihood of others, the governors have a right to protect their own people. And they will do it. But it is not emotional. It's not an issue that has to do with emotion. It has to do with ethnicity. It has to do with means of livelihood. Your own means of livelihood you cannot use to destroy others.
Okay, guys. So I intentionally played that. If you look at the issue of insecurity that has bedeviled Nigeria in the last 10, 15 years or more, it has spiraled from one issue to the other. Originally, the conspiracy was that it was Fulani herdsmen trying to take land, or because they didn't have grazing routes, they were fighting back and all that. Today now, it has metamorphosed into the question of faith, that some people need to wipe out other faiths because they want to supplant their own kind of beliefs. Now, the essence of playing this out is whichever one it is, at the end of the day, the issue is that Nigeria is not safe. There are terror issues in the country, having security matters. So, but I wanted us to go back and look at this and then begin to tie the knots and see, as things have evolved, have things changed? Are they getting worse? Or they're just remaining the same as we say? KJ, I will, in that order, go with you, and then we'll come down to Tony. The floor is yours.
Okay. What you have asked is a very big question, and the first thing we should think about is, was Nigeria in the first place built to succeed? I don't think so. You know, and I pray for you, Chim, that you'll be able to hold on as a moderator, and because at one point or the other, you're going to jump in because of what people will say. I'm going to actually, so it's going to be a difficult ride for you, but I mean, as much
Okay,
as
you know what? Maybe I should put up this caveat, and then I give you the floor back. So, number one, the whole idea and essence of this platform is for people to express their views, of course, respectfully, with enough facts, and as much as possible, tone down emotions. But I do know, and I appreciate that as human beings, emotions are very difficult to tone down. So I do not have the control over that. However, what I will appeal to everyone to do is listen very well. If you dare choose to differ on anybody's opinion, you're very free to do that, but do that with every modicum of respect and I don't know, whatever good word else is out there to be used. Just respect people's views. You can disagree with them. That's why we're different. You can say I have afro, and Tony, Ike, and KJ don't have afros. Mr. James still has some hair on his head. That being said, it's just to express to us how different we are. Four of us on this platform are wearing glasses. One person is not wearing glasses, which means his eyesight probably is better than everyone else's. But the point I'm trying to make is this: we are all different people. We have different views. We don't have to agree, but we can respect every other person's views. I don't want this place to be an echo chamber. I want as many people as want to disagree, but come around, disagree, but disagree respectfully. So with that being said, KJ, sorry to have taken the mic off you. Go back. You have it back. Go ahead and express yourself, please.
No, it's okay. Thank you so much, Chim. Here's where we start from. Is Nigeria built to succeed? No, I don't think so. Because the only people or group of things that will not complain is a group of cows being controlled by one person. And those cows can be going to a direction. I say, no, people are going forward. I don't want to go forward. I want everyone to go backwards. And even as many as the cows refuse to turn around, all he needs to do was, go and whip them to the direction he wants. And that's how Nigeria has been run. And, recently, I know that story, but I couldn't remember the person's name. And so I have never talked about it. But now I was reminded of that name just some days ago. The guy's name is Professor Yadudu. He was the one who wrote the Nigerian Constitution single-handedly. So are you surprised that there are so many things, clause that is there that is, is not, in tandem with nation development? No. Are you surprised that certain individuals don't want us to even talk about the Constitution, let alone even question some of those things that are there? No. It was deliberate. It was calculated. It was done to make sure that no matter how we do it, we cannot have will not be coherent or cohesion in moving forward. We will not, because some people have been given authority over the other, and they are holding on to that authority. They're not interested in relinquishing it, or even having to give space for other people. And I give you an example, and probably I will just end there, and then maybe talk maybe later. You notice something that happened throughout the 15 or 16 years. In fact, let's go back as far back as the Masop movement. The federal government never agreed to discuss, with those guys. They only look for the kingpin, and they bribe you and take you out. Once you take your bribe, you go and sit down and close your mouth. And that is why, of course, we're going to get there later. People like Datu Ahmed never cease to impress me. And he said something that I want Nigerians to think about going forward. He said if you are 100 people carrying out a protest, they will arrest you all. They can shoot you down. If you are 1,000, they will arrest some of you. They will shoot some of you. If you are 10,000, they will begin to look for the leader. If you are 1 million, they will run out of town. Until we are able to understand that man's philosophy and work with that, we ain't going to make any progress, because the system is not meant to favor you. The system is meant to favor individuals that the system is interested in favoring. And that's why no matter how much of pressure that IPOB put on government refuse to discuss those 7-point agenda which was given to them. No matter how much pressure the southern eastern governors, even those who can at least speak in the public, put on the system, they will still not yield. No matter how much shouting that Abaribe does in the National Assembly, he's just known to be backing. Nothing else, nothing is going to happen. And so, because the system has been built that way, those who understand it, it's just like what's going on now. They've doubled down on the genocide instead of trying to see how it can be solved. They've doubled down in defending what is indefensible. That it's not only one side that's being killed. Should anybody be killed in the first place? So you see that any which way you look at it, the system was not built to help you. You understand what I'm saying? At this point that Nigeria is in the where it is, the president is setting up the tax reform committee that will begin to look into how to tax Nigerians as from January. And when we say this state tax, people don't understand. When you send money to your people in Nigeria, government will take percentage out of it. When your people transfer it to, if you are sending money so that your uncle can distribute it among your people so that they can feed, each transfer will have its own tax to be collected from it.
Yeah, but hold on. KJ, hold on. Just to, are you saying the government should not institute any form of tax regime? Is it wrong for government to pay tax? I mean, you pay tax in Maryland, so what is wrong with the government putting up tax?
Here's the difference. I pay tax in Maryland. Let me just run down certain things that is open to you in Maryland. If you come to Maryland and you're paying tax and you're a good citizen and you want to buy a house, government will give you certain percentage of the money as your down payment. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. And they will take over the payment. In fact, there are certain agencies that can take over the payment, and all you do is every month you lodge that. That's part of your tax. If you're driving out of your driveway and there's a pothole, you call they come fix it up. You don't need to call them twice. In fact, as it's about snowing right now, you don't need to go to any side. The major roads where, except the one going into your house, that they may not clean up. Every other one going through the city is cleaned up. Those guys are out there. Since I came to America, they are out there every snow season. Nobody calls them. Nobody calls. You know that's your job. You are there, stationed and waiting. If the snow is going to start by 2 a.m., they will be there from 2 a.m. They start clearing the road till the snow stops. That is commitment of a people to a citizen. If a road is going to a dangerous bend, they put rail guards that no matter how much of speed you are speeding, your car will not fall off just in case you miss it. All you can, you. So what we are saying that the people see the reason for which they are being taxed, and anybody will be happy with that. Now, and these people have job. Yeah, to compare America, I'm still talking about America. You have job in America. What job are you taxing people for in Nigeria? You don't have any job. And you're taxing people who don't have job to keep paying you. How are they going to get it? The money we're talking about is money we send to our people to eat. It's not for business. Okay? So you are taxing them for money that's been taxed already for them to eat. So you tax me for sending the money. You tax my relatives and friends for the money that the little that they're even going to get, they pay tax on it. On what basis would that be said to be responsible?
Okay.
How?
All right, KJ, we'll come back to some of those things later on. Thank you for that detailed. Mr. James, the floor is yours, but let me just reiterate. So I intentionally played that video as a way of telling us where we've started coming from with the issue of insecurity. There were people who really spoke out in authority. That was the late Ondo State former governor, somebody I prefer to call Arakuni Akiti. But of course, we all know him as Akeredolu. In the light of everything that is happening, also considering what he said, what's your take on where we are so far?
Let me take off from where KJ stopped. Why should we be taxed in the first place? If I'm in Nigeria and I have the means to evade tax, not avoid, to evade tax, because there's a difference between evasion and avoidance. If I have the means to evade tax, I will not hesitate to evade tax. Because what are they doing with the tax money? If you need good medical services in Nigeria, you must go to a private clinic, not public hospitals. If you need water supply, you must drill a borehole in your house. You can't rely on the public water supply system. If you want justice, according to our friend, Mr. Chowore, said you need two sets of lawyers. The first set is those who know the law, who can argue your case properly. The second set is those who know the judge at home. If you fail to have these two sets of lawyers, you are going to lose the case. When the streets are dirty, the government will use a horse whip on you and me to clean the government street, because the streets belong to the government. That's why during the colonial period, it was called the Queen's Highway. The street belonged to the government. So for government streets to be clean, they will use horse whip on you and me instead of hiring people to do the job. Now tell me just one thing that the people of Nigeria are benefiting from the government. When this man took over, Mr. Tinubu, he said, subsidy is gone. Okay, what are you doing with the subsidy money? You are not even subsidizing their livelihood, yet you are taxing them. Not long ago at the University of Benin, the students were protesting verbally because they've increased school fees. They are telling them to go and obtain student loan. So because they want the student loan is available, they should go and obtain loan to pay school fees. And they hijack the school fees astronomically. So at the end of the day, when the students finish schooling, jobs are not available and they will be indebted to the state, a debt they cannot even pay for the rest of their lives. So you see that the life in Nigeria is miserable. It's nothing but misery. So anybody who is smart in Nigeria, who can evade tax, should do so without looking back. There's a difference between tax evasion and tax avoidance. If, for example, you are taxing cigarettes, and I choose not to smoke, that tax I will not pay for choosing not to smoke. But if government is rendering services for which I will be taxed, if I fail to pay that tax, that is tax evasion. It is a criminal offense to evade tax. How many senators, how many representatives, how many top government officials pay their taxes voluntarily? These are things we should take into account. So to me, it is foolishness for a Nigerian to pay his tax. This is how I see it. People may not agree with me, but this is how I see it, because the government is not rendering any service to the people.
Okay, so Mr. James, I'm happy. It's like you people want to talk about taxes today, so no problem. We'll talk taxes. But the question I want to ask is this: in the light of this whole tax conversation that has just come up, you pay taxes in the Gambia. KJ pays taxes in Maryland in the US. Tony does. Dito on our politics, aka Opabolo. Are you guys saying that it is wrong to pay taxes? Because government cannot do everything, but of course, government will collect taxes. And then secondly, in every liberal society, we have private institutions and schools, we have public schools, we have private hospitals, we have public hospitals. Are you saying that we should not have private institutions like those?
No, I'm not saying so. I'm
Okay.
not saying so.
Okay, sir. Go ahead.
If
No, go
I have
ahead.
a problem, no, you see, like in this country where I live, education is not taxed because government cannot provide the service to everybody. Government schools are not enough to absorb all the, what's called school-going children. Children who have attended, who's supposed to be in school. Government cannot absorb all of them. And some parents are of the opinion that they need superior education for their children. Now, when these children are educated, it is to the benefit of the state, because the government here believes that it is better for everybody to be educated. And it is better, it is better for everybody to be educated than to educate a few because the uneducated ones will pose problems to society in future. So if the private sector is willing to provide the service the way government is providing it based on rules and regulations, they have no objection. They even encourage them to do more. So this is how it is here in this country where I'm living. So
all right.
It's not an offense. Sorry, there's nothing wrong with paying tax, but you see, it's a question of duties and responsibilities. It is our responsibility to pay tax. It is the duty of the government to use the tax for what it is meant for. A situation whereby you remove subsidy, and what is happening to the subsidy, nobody can give a good account. To me, it is deceptive. And not only that, now the what you call budgetary allocation, whatever they call it, they give to the states from the federal government has increased. But if you convert it to US dollars, they were earning more before now than what they are earning now. So the increase is deceptive, because what government can do with the money in the past, they cannot even do a quarter of it now, because the money is already valueless. So this is how I see it. It is foolishness for me, if I were there, to pay tax. I'm not telling people not to pay. If you want to pay tax, may God bless you. Continue paying your tax. But should I go to the country, I will do everything possible to evade tax.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James, for that detailed analysis. So, Tony, the floor is yours. But before, you know what we were supposed to start from, but KJ and Mr. James think that our tax issue should be something we should focus on. So, looking at where we started from, taking into cognizance this tax conversation that has come up, what's your take on the entire situation vis-a-vis, the terror matter we're talking about and the video I played? The floor is yours, sir.
Let me greet my brother Uvi. How you doing? Well done. The even as we speak now, we hear that some people in the north, I think Kebbi and the casino, have been kidnapped or so on. So
is that a new one?
Yes, today Sunday. Yes, there are incidents of kidnapping in 2 different states. And I think one is about 300 people, and then so what I'm trying to say is is a tragedy. Every day you wake up and what you hear is kidnapping, insurgency, not abating but increasing. Even as you hear that government has stepped up its efforts to decimate these insurgents and these terrorists and so on and so forth. So I don't know. I'm not sure that the government is doing the right thing, because I don't think maybe the proper method is being adopted. I don't think anyway that the government is has the political will. I just think that it's just grandstanding. That may be unfair to the government, but I don't think that it has the will and the capacity or capability to deal with this problem. And you see the insurgents are emboldened. I hear that as we speak, 18 local governments in Castina have decided to have peace meetings with the terrorists. They're not depending on government. They're not looking on government. They have had to submit their authority, to sit down and discuss with the terrorists. And the position right now is that they are the ones dictating to them their terms, not the government dictating their terms. So you ask yourself the question, where is government? They are asking and demanding things from the government. And those governments, those local governments, are not even asking that they lay down their arms. That was not part of the discussion. The discussion is stop attacking, stop your attack. And in return, we will do X, Y, Z for you as demanded by the insurgents. In Kaduna, you have 1 local government. In fact, we have, I think in the next 1 week, we're probably going to have about 2 local governments that are also going to go into that kind of peace meeting with the terrorists or the insurgents. So you ask yourself, where's government? Totally absent. And yet, the responsibility of government is to provide security. The first responsibility of government is to provide security at all levels, whether state, whether local government, whether federal. But in this case, we're talking about federal because this is all over the country. So there is the total absence of governance. That's part of what Pa James is saying. That if I say I have a government, it should be able to protect me. It should be able to provide me what are the basic things of life. They can't provide. So what is the justification for me to pay tax? That's what he's saying. It's just a revolt. It's a citizen revolt against a system that is not doing what it's supposed to do. And perhaps maybe that's one option that we have to look at. Because why, if I have to provide roads for myself, provide water, provide electricity, provide security, provide everything, I can't get justice, then I don't see government. I can't get jobs. I don't see government. So even though that may look like a radical departure from what we know that is legal, but again, I think people have a right to stand up and say, enough is enough. This is supposed to be a two-way thing. We put you there to offer service, and if you can't offer service, then you have no right. The whole essence of you being there is cannot be justified if you can't do what you're elected to do.
So Tony, if I may just a little question, and then you continue from there. Is so if I get you, KJ, and Mr. James right, you're trying to tie the irresponsibility of government when it comes to security to the fact that if they cannot effectively secure their citizens, then they lose the right, or they lose the power to demand people to pay taxes. Am I correct?
Let me put it the other way around. Yes, it is the government has a responsibility to collect tax. Let's not. That's fair. That's the responsibility that we owe to pay tax. But there is also the question. That is a two-way thing. Government has responsibilities to the citizens, and so. What the question is, what I'm interrogating, and I guess what KJ and Pa James is saying is, if the government fails in its own responsibility to provide those things that it is by that is constitutionally, should provide, then am I supposed? How do I respond to government? There's no election now. So that you would say, okay, when the next election comes, we'll kick them out. But between now and when we're going to vote, what do we do? If the government can protect you, if the government can provide your basic needs, what do you do? The government has lost its authority to govern over you. So if people say, we're not going to pay, you don't have any moral responsibility anymore. You lose the moral compass to go to people to say pay tax.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Tony, for that. Ike is not here. Mr. Aokpabolo Ovie, happy Thanksgiving. Before I hand the floor over to you, I want to ask our viewers to please share and like. And for those of us who have already given,
if I can.
Thank you for that. So share like and give to support the platform. No matter how much you're giving, it will be very well appreciated. So, Mr. Pablo, you've heard KJ, you've heard Mr. James, you've heard Tony. I don't know if you watched the video I started early to play, but now in the light of everything that has been said, let me just put a little twist for you here. So, government's responsibility is to secure the territory it governs, and by this it means securing the people who live in that territory, provide them with means, all the necessary infrastructure and means of livelihood in terms of water, and all that, good roads, and of course to also take care of the military who secures. So if the government is not doing this, how should the citizens respond? Should the citizens decide not to pay their taxes, knowing fully well that the government can use force and coercion to make you to pay that tax? What's your take on this?
I mean, I think
for me, I will always look for what's the lasting solution. I think for me, the whole system for me is something that we need to either restructure, rearrange, or fight against. And by so doing, I will say, let every community takes over is our community. Now, let the villagers begins to ask what is entitled to us from our own tax. I think the education about what tax should do and not do is a minimum in terms of our own. Now, not everybody is aware that we are paying tax in order for us to actually have either affordable housing, good roads, and all that kind of thing. So, first of all, we need to start educating our own localities, our own villages, to start asking questions. How much are we generating first? I mean, from local government, before we begin to ask either it's enough or it's not enough. Either government is entitled to or not entitled, whether we are supposed to even pay at all or not to pay. Right? So I think we should start from there. How much is my own village, for instance, is contributing to that cause? I don't know. And I don't think 4 out of every person from my village knows. So from that point, what am I fighting for? What am I agitating for? What am I against, or what am I for? And I think it's deliberate. What I mean is deliberate from the authority for it to be like that. That is the job of the National Orientation Agency at every stage to actually educate the people. Or at this point, is our own job with the community dwellers who are on the known to create an environment where we can facilitate this kind of conversation. Because seriously, I don't, for me to actually say this is what the government should do should do or not do in terms of tax, it's very hard for me to argue against or for. The problem, what I'm against right now is that why are we even having the tax conversation today? It's too late. Right? The bill has been passed. So whether we like it or not, we will pay them. So I'm sounding like this because at the beginning, about almost a year ago, I was on it. These people. I mean, there was a contention even at the National Assembly, right from the presidency, when the bill was put before the INEC, before NEC, National Executive Council. They rejected it, but they will now them. They go back and forth, give and take. The bill was able to pass. So implementation is not going to be something anybody can stop, as far as I'm concerned. They are monopoly of everything, including violence.
Okay.
So the fact that we are having that conversation now, I don't see the value. Not yours here, not us here, because I know it's been headlined from very much all the platforms and media. So
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ovie. We'll come back to you later on. Before I come to Mr. Aika Alamefule, Mr. James wanted to just chime in something. Mr. James, the floor is yours.
Yeah. You see what I was saying? While I was online, the electricity went off. There was problem with our line. So we phoned the electricity corporation and they switched us automatically to another line. So why should I not pay my tax in the Gambia? So this is the point I was making.
Thank you, Mr. James. So exactly, I think that's something. I'm impressed to hear that in the Gambia that you can call your electrical company and something will be done. And Gambia remind me again, what's the population of Gambia?
Less than 2 million. The population
less than 2 million. Okay, I guess some of us will also see that as another twist to say, oh, but they are too small. But the point is, whether they're small or big, it makes no difference. The point is that they are sensitive enough.
They have no resource. They have no natural resource. They only live on grant and aid and fish in their waters. A few tourists come from Europe. That's what they use in running the country. They don't have crude oil. They don't have gold. They don't have diamond. They don't have uranium. No natural resource in the whole country.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. I see, Mr. Ike, are you ready to talk, or you have a business deal to close? Anyway, so we've gone through that. I would like to play another video, still on the issues of Nigeria and terror, and the issue of Christian genocide. I ran into this video in the course of the week. It's something I want us to listen to, and then we'll proceed. Mr. Ike, are you ready? Do you want to give your views?
Yeah, sorry. All of you are in your homes. I'm working, so I need to, right? Happy Sunday to every one of us. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening.
Yeah, I hope when the deal does work out that you will share the largest here with us.
Brother Tony, happy Thanksgiving. I was expecting my turkey. I didn't see nothing from you, right? You and KJ eat his own and frown his face. You understand? So and my brother, is it Opobolo or Opoholo? What is that? He eats his own with his gang. So I don't need to ask him because I don't belong to his gang. He eats his own with his gang, right? That is what it is. Chim, thank you for hosting today. Can you tell me anything? Is there anything or a general talk for now? You're muted.
So I started initially by playing. We have lots of topic. We have the issue of Gumi's aide, who is currently being tried for kidnap ransom payments. We're going to look at Dati and him being summoned. Actually, not only Dati, the former Minister of Justice was also summoned by the DSS. And then our mother of the nation, as some people try to refer to her, has decided to, to do a Thanksgiving feast for her children, the 109 senators of the Nigerian Senate. And then there's an illegal weaponry that was being transported through the streets of Kaduna. And unfortunately for the guys, fortunately for us and unfortunately for them, the weapons were falling on the floor and I think they got arrested. I'm not sure. But I started by playing a video of the late governor of Ondo State, and where he was talking about the fact that we should not empower headsmen who felt that it was their right to go seek pasture for their cows, but in process of doing that will destroy the businesses of other people. The whole idea was for us to go back in time to see where this whole insecurity matter all started from. So in trying to have that conversation, Mr. James and KJ have tried to tie that to tax, in the sense that if the government is unable to take care of its people and fulfill its primary responsibility, which is security of the people, then they lose the right to earn those taxes from the same citizens. So whichever way you want to go about it, the floor is yours. If you want to stick strictly to the issues of insecurity, that's fine. But if you want to merge both and educate us better, we are your able listeners here. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chim. Well, I think that for me, Nigeria for now is still what it used. It's not what it still has to be. The security of Nigerians at stake, and this government is not doing anything. All these cut and nail actions and decisions that they are making for the past 1 week, it is all the politics of 2027. There is no good, clear intention of what they are trying to do. It's all about 2027, and probably because of what the President of America said, these are the government that are negotiating with terrorists. And the king of the negotiator, Gumi, is still walking about in the street of Nigeria, still talking, still making comments on radios and televisions. And nobody has been held accountable, right? A brigadier general, that major general, was killed in the front line, even though he called and they know where he was. But the terrorists got there before the Nigerian military. Nobody has been held accountable. Nobody has been arrested for allowing a major general or brigadier general to die the way he was killed by these people. Nobody has been held accountable.
Is it the same people that they kidnapped was it in Niger last week or last 2 weeks, where the military withdraw? Somebody called the military to withdraw before the terrorists went in. Chim, who had been arrested? Who had been held accountable? Nobody. So everything that this illegitimate government is doing is all about cosmetics. It's all about trying to dose the tension, trying to take away our minds away from facts and reality. And also fighting and working for 2027. You know, where has the government for over 2 years? We know that the insecurity did not start on his time. But for the past 2 years that the government has been in power, have they not seen what is going on? The trajectory the insecurity in Nigeria was going. So I think that it has not been fair. It has not been easy for anybody in Nigeria. And I think that we are suffering. And I think that if there is no security, like KJ, you said KJ and Mr. James, you say, they don't have any right to collect any taxes from when they can't protect people, right? So if cow is more important in Nigeria now than Nigerian citizens, the cows in Nigeria are more valuable items than we, the citizens. And I think that anything we are talking about Nigeria is centered in the security of life and properties, which we don't have in Nigeria. Nobody sleeps in Nigeria anymore. So I think that this government has failed. And I think that the politicians of Nigeria today should hide them, their faces in shame. And see them, they're going to their mother called them to come and have lunch or dinner, right? They call, your senior president said, our mother invited us. It's their mother. It's not my mother. It's their mother, the mother of the people in the National Assembly. It's their mother. They're just making fun of us. They're enjoying themselves. They're partying and enjoying themselves while the citizens are dying. The people who are supposed to make the law, they are the architect of the problem in Nigeria. So how can we be safe? The National Assembly that was supposed to be to checkmate the executive, they are working hand in hand. So Chim, sometimes Nigeria, when you wake up every morning, I was just talking to my sister with the kids, not about 45 minutes ago. Nigeria is a failed. Nigeria is not working. Chim, Nigeria is not working. And I think that the few politicians who call themselves opposition, if they cannot come together before 2027 and present a common front in Nigeria, I am telling you, Chim, this man, if this man comes back the second time, you see this one we are crying now. This is just the beginning of the cry, because he's going to sorry, Chim, Nigeria, it's okay. Somebody else can speak. Nigeria is just.
Thank you for that, Mr. Ike. We appreciate that. So moving on, welcome Simba, welcome Support Diaspora. The way people they change name for this place. Anyway, Mr. I will change my name very soon. But all this name you put change. You put go to CAC or the relevant authorities to change those names, or just feel free and you just change your name anyhow. Anyway, the person I'm talking to knows himself. So I want us to move forward into another, because I want us to focus on the insecurity situation. But I want to play two videos back to back, and then I would go to those who haven't spoken and go around. So,
sorry, Mr. Moderator, Mr. Chim, sorry. Can I quickly say one or two things?
No, don't worry. I will give you time to say one or two things later. Please, no vex.
Only 7 million coming up in this. I beg Mona Airport. Mona Airport. They say now 15 million in the fine. Mona Airport. Mona Airport. Mona Airport. Mona Airport. I beg. Mona Airport. Mona Airport. Mona Airport. I beg. My wife get belly. Beg my wife get belly. Mona Airport. I beg. I beg.
Top of the day, ladies and gentlemen. I hope this meets you well. Honestly, with the way Sheikh Gumi is going, he's going to even cause more harm than good to the religion of Islam. I sincerely do not support what he's doing, because I wonder how you are going to be sympathetic to terrorists and forgetting the victims of the terrorists. How can we continue like this? And if Sheikh Gumi continues to do what he's doing, it's going to even make the situation more complicated. And because he's an Islamic cleric, is going to bring more bad light to the religion of Islam. I am advising Sheikh Gumi to read the room. Please, Sheikh Gumi should read the room and understand what is happening and stop making, he should just stop commenting. Because he is further he's exacerbating the entire situation to be even worse than what it is. We cannot support negotiation with terrorists. There is nothing you are going to come and tell me that is going to make me accept that these guys are doing the right thing, or they're unaliving people because of something was done to them. We have to be very, very strategic in our thoughts. So please, Sheikh Gumi should read the room and understand the situation, because now that the whole Christian genocide thing is trending, now that we're having a lot of attention in our country, now that the religion of Islam is really painted in a bad light, it's not a good time. It is not a good time for such comments and remarks. Please, he should stop it. I am not with Sheikh Gumi on his plight of negotiating with terrorists or bandits. There is nothing that you can compare to the life of a human being. You cannot compare the life of cows to the life of a human being. So this is just what I'm here to say. This has to stop. I am a Muslim and I disassociate myself from what Sheikh Gumi is saying. I disassociate myself from the mode of operation he wants to imbibe and say he wants there should be negotiation with terrorists. I do not support that. I do not support that. You cannot be a terrorist apologist and you are going to expect us as Muslims to support that type of ideology. So please, Sheikh, sir, please, I think it's high time you just step by the side and let's see how these things is good. Because now you are exacerbating it, you are making the entire situation worse, and then the religion of Islam is being painted into a much more bad light. Because now people are saying that, oh, this is it, since he's an Islamic, because you being an Islamic cleric, you are like a key figure in Nigeria and the religion of Islam in Nigeria. So anything you say is going to be generalized and is going to be taught that every Muslim in Nigeria has the same context, has the same ideology of negotiation with terrorists. I disassociate myself from that. And please, sir, I urge you to just please remain quiet for the meantime. I'm begging you in the name of God. Negotiation.
Okay, welcome back again. It's a special edition of 90 Minutes Africa. Rudolph is taking a rest. Like I said earlier on, he's enjoying his turkey. Unfortunately, he hasn't sent us any turkey here to share. And the Americans on this panel, Opobolo and KJ, they've eaten their turkey by themselves. So again, please, if you're watching the show, like, share, invite your friends, and to support the show, whatever you can give, you'll be welcomed. It helps the show continue to run. So having listened and watched the last two videos, the first one was a clip of a couple that was kidnapped. The wife is pregnant. If you could hear from the video, the man begging them that his wife is pregnant. They were negotiating 7 million. I think the man has 7 million. Or maybe they were asking for more. I don't understand what was going on, but they were appealing to people that they're asking for 7 million or something like that. And we know that since this terror issue started, Sheikh Gumi has been at the forefront of trying to negotiate with them. He feels the best way to go about it. They call it something kinetical approach or so. If I'm wrong, I'm not a military person, which invariably means rather than going to engage them in a shootout.
Non-kinetic.
Non-kinetic. Thank you very much, Tony. So, in the light of this, support diaspora. Maybe you want to take off from there. What do you think? Should ransom be paid? Should we continue to negotiate with terrorists? Is negotiating with terrorists a better approach to the situation, or should the government just adopt a full kinetic approach to flush out these individuals? Because there are arguments that if your brother is kidnapped, then the easiest way first is to negotiate with them and get your brother safe before we can start talking any further. So I don't know. I don't have a view about this. What is your take? And then we'll come to my brother has changed his name again. All these people changing names. Now, wow. Anyway, welcome. He knows himself. I'll welcome him later on. Support Diaspora. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello everybody. Happy weekend. Happy Sunday. And hope you're enjoying your. I won't say Thanksgiving because I later found out the meaning of Thanksgiving. That it wasn't from a good place. The history of Thanksgiving wasn't from a good place. I won't say happy Thanksgiving. So I'll say happy enjoyment your weekend. Okay. Sorry if I may quickly delve into just the previous taxing whatever system if the government is or not before I just go into that. Look, it's a must for the people to pay tax, whether or not. And it's also a must for the government to demand tax. But the ultimate must is what the government is doing with the tax. And another ultimate must for the people to hold their government accountable for what they're doing with their tax. Because you see, a government is like a system that is built. Everybody has their own quota to play. If one defaults, it kills your system, just like the engine of a car. If the engine of a car is what's it called, and the president or a government head of whatever, and the engine is working, but the exhaust refuses to blow its exhaust out, it kills the engine. You understand? If the exhaust is working and the engine is not functioning well, like that vice versa. So every system has to do their quota. So if they go, a system is built and everybody's on the same board with the system, yes, there's a government, or we agree there's a government in place. It's a must that the citizens must pay their taxes, and it's a must the government must pay their taxes. But the ultimate must, like I said, what the government does with their taxes, and the citizen asking the government accountable. I think the failure of governance here is prioritizing the government not using their tax properly, and the citizens not asking who is the government accountable, because that is where it's supposed to be the key factor. Hold your government accountable, will charge them to do stuff with your taxes. And I think that's what I would say.
Support Diaspora. Hold on, please. I keep hearing this argument that the Nigerians are not asking their government what they're doing with the taxes. What measures, how do you want Nigerians to ask? Because people keep asking this question. People keep doing what they can do. Yes. You know, is it about the Nigerians coming on media? How do you want Nigerians to ask government about how their taxes are used?
When they say government,
UK?
No, hold on. When they say government, government is not like federal to grassroots. Government is broken down into tiers and goes to grassroots. You understand? So if the people from the local governments, because see, I tell people this thing, if Adebi will know ourselves and our senator will really deal with them, they were supposed to deal with them. If they come like, guy, get out, A, B, C, and D, we can't vote for you. It's not possible. And we come out to like, see, either you kill us or you are not there or you kill us. You understand? These people will not get it that way. Just like people saying, don't vote because your vote does not count. The more you don't vote, the more these parties will enter into the system. So by the time you come out and vote, no matter what, look, you can say rigging. Rig can only be rigged if I want to bribe to ask lecturer to give me A, I can't just write and go and bribe lecturer to give me A and give me A. I mean, come on, lecturer will like, you write something now, do something, still write like, or and bribe it, I can give you A. Just if the people are not voting and you ask these criminals to come out and vote, and what we expect to do, the NIC will bribe. We will definitely bring the election for them. So let's not go into that. That's the case for us. So like I said,
so hold on. I want us to, in the course of our conversations, profile solutions. You said that people should ask questions. In other words, put pressure and demand accountability.
Yes.
Please tell us, how is it done? How is accountability done in America, in US? How do citizens hold their leaders accountable to be able to account for
let me use my case for instance. Where I live, there's somebody representing me. You understand? They came one time, I distributed flyer, 1 million, can you come, whatever in my body was like. First people I say, who is this? I just told you, I just went out of my streets. Look at this portal. This has been here for like how many millions have gone and passed. You've not done this. So give me, why should I vote for you? Why? Tell me one, why should I vote for you? I think there's no need. You can't vote for your party because your party you have not been doing shit for me. You understand? And I don't know what happened, but at least my vote will not yet count. Yes, I think did I vote or did I even, no, I think I voted somebody or whatever. But in the long run, it was changed because I was able to hold him accountable. Like, look, my friend, because that is what business to me. I can't go and be telling who's customer to like, hey, Stammer, hey, my this, my that. It's not going to work because somebody represents me in government. So if I hold those ones responsible, choke life out of them. Those will be the one that will choke the government life out of the government. But all the representatives we have, all of them are living large. We are not even asking them to. They don't even come to see us. And during election, when they come, we can't even approach them, tell them our mind. We only sit down there and be doing who wants to win the election, APC or PDP. And that's what we care about every 4 years. Collect money and go and vote. You win or you don't win. But when they do the campaign, when they come and put their flyers, nobody challenged anybody. Just everybody, Nigerians like just mind their business. Just chill. Like election come, go vote and that's it. So we don't really hold our representatives accountable. So if every government, not government in federal or state, the local one, because if it starts from there, that's why I say, if they won't tell you, politics is local, it's grassroots. So those in the local, that's where it starts from, bit from down up, not from up down. So if they say hold your government accountable, we shouldn't be expecting like it's me now, one local guy, one from the grassroots down, will want to be holding Tinubu accountable. No, that's why government is broken down to my own local government. So it's there it starts from. But if you start from there, if you do what you want to do better, it goes up. That's where I mean local government, holding your government accountable.
Chim, please, can I ask Loco P just a question for us so that he can clarify his position?
All right, go ahead so that I can go to comparable and then forefathers and consent.
Okay, we had a situation where the president told members of the legislature that they already returned even before election is taking place. So how do you hold in that kind of system? How do you hold anybody accountable? Loco P.
Okay. If for that, that's for electoral, not for taxes. Now, if you say they already returned, look, they will want to tell you is the feed that will still do the magic. The feed that everything starts from the feed, not NEC office. If it's already returned, it's politics. What do you want Tinubu to tell his party that they will fail? You will definitely give them words of encouragement. Like with this party in place, you go automatically return. Not because if return that don't vote, don't campaign, just sit at home. You are there already. No, they're just saying that like you automatically return and that's it. Even if he wants to do the work, that does not mean election that day nobody will vote or he will not go to the field and do anything. He will sit in his house and the ticket to the office will just come to him directly. No, you can only say that because you're a party man. That's what you share in the party's politics. But that day you will still go to the field. He voted that day. He said it to the person, right? But okay, let me use Okwebolo for instance. He told Okwebolo you automatically this and that, and he won. But that day of election day, Okwebolo was sitting in the field voting with his family, with his friends. If he believes that Tinubu will do everything, why did he go to the field? He will have sat in his house now. So that statement is just vague statement and big statement. But they still have to do the work by still voting. At least, even if the voting is not up to what will put him in the office. But
okay,
he went.
Thank you, Loco P.
So sorry for that. Then for the security, for the security, whatever I said, it's pathetic. When I watch that video, I don't want to believe the video is true. I just want to believe that maybe it's a skit and this and that. Because for me, that video alone, it reached to even turn the country upside down. You know, because I'm putting myself in that shoe. Like, look, if I see myself in that situation, anything that will make me escape that situation, either the government will kill me, the government of that state will kill me that day, or if the government will leave that day, because I can't see myself see my last prayer and like go escape and maybe pay money, then I will go sit down and just if I leave that place, either the government will be the one to kill me there, that for me to allow them to kill me again. So,
that pastor is dead. That pastor is dead.
No, hold on, don't worry, it's okay. Thank you. Loco P. So first and foremost, that's a true life situation. It happened. There's a pastor that was kidnapped. Then that man and his wife, pregnant wife, were also kidnapped. It's something that happened.
The pastor is the one that's dead, but that very one, I don't think that one is dead though.
Okay. Anyway, but the point is, because the thing that you said was that you want to believe it's a skit.
Because man, come on, man. Man, I can't watch that shit. That's disgusting.
All right. Anyway, let's forge ahead. Welcome to all of those who have joined us again, to the our viewers. Welcome on this auspicious day. It's Thanksgiving in the US. Dr. Damages is taking a well-deserved rest. So please share and like. And if you want to support the platform, you know what to do. We'll appreciate that. Comparable facts. you watch the video, the conversation has been all about security and should the government, if it's unable to secure its citizens. We've watched the couple that was kidnapped. They're citizens of Nigeria. Even if they don't pay taxes in the way taxes are paid in where you and I live, but they pay some form of taxes to the government, or even oil money that is everybody's money is collected by the government and is supposed to be used. So if the government is not able to secure the lives and property of its citizens and endanger them like those two couples, should government lose the right to demand taxes from its citizens? KJ, Mr. James, and Tony have made the case that government should lose the right. Pablo was, here or there. So how do you get your government in the US and your local government where you live to justify the tax you pay? And when they do not do what you expect of them, how do you go about holding them accountable or not paying taxes? You just stop paying your taxes and you don't remit your funds?
Can I, Chim, can I just add something to what you're saying? I don't think you're quoting me correctly. Now, this is what I'm saying.
No, KJ, I'm not saying you're not. You didn't say that. You said they shouldn't pay taxes. Like, don't worry, I get you. I'm just
all right, because you're already being taxed. Why increase the tax? Next?
I know. We're just expanding.
That's what I'm saying. Why would you
we're expanding that frontier. I get what you're saying. Nigerians remit money back home to their parents and their siblings, and then the government is planning to tax those same funds again. I get it, but we're just generally looking at it from a responsibility perspective. Has the government lost the right to demand, taxes? Because in the constitution of Nigeria, there are responsibilities, there are rights, and there's one other word that it has skipped my mind. There's a word that's used in the Nigerian constitution. In civics, we're taught that. So has the government lost the right to demand that Nigerians should pay taxes of any form, whether it is, diaspora remittances that comes to our families back home, and then they use and they get taxed in one form or the other, or it is the general tax that we are made to pay? In the light of everything we're discussing, just see how you can weave everything together. Comparable, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Greeting everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. It's a very, very good question you asked. So we have to talk about this before we go to the terrorist part of it. So having said that, what is the priority of the government? Is it not the security of the welfare, the security of the people, and the welfare of the people? That's the priority of the government, the number one priority which government is supposed to, people. You have to, protect the people, and the welfare, you take care of them. So where will the money come from? In my own opinion, I mean, the money has to come from the people. So that's where the government come in. That people have to pay tax. I think it's a government priority to impose tax on the people. But they are answerable to the people. They have to know how the money is being utilized. That's where the problem lies. So that's where it comes to Nigerian schools. What are they doing with the tax money people are paying? So this is where people have to hold them accountable. You elect them, you all elect them. If you want to protest, you want to go to Aso Rock, you demand what is fair for you. That's what the people are supposed to do. But government has the right, in my own opinion, to pay, to ask people to pay tax. That's the way I see that. Because if you don't pay tax, how are you going to be taken care of? Where will the welfare of the people come from? Where will the protection of the people come from, which is the number one priority for the government? So in a nutshell, I believe the government has a right in that regard. But the people has a right to demand for, accountability towards their tax being utilized.
So comparable. You said that government should pay. Then government has a right to demand taxes from people, and that those taxes, if not paid, that the question you ask is the hypothetical question you ask is where will they get the money to offer essential services? So my question is this: what essential services are Nigerians enjoying from the taxes that they are paying? When in nations like Saudi Arabia, which were not for a long time taxing their people, I hope you know that, but they were still meeting social responsibilities to their people. Now, Saudi Arabians pay taxes today. They've reformed their system. They're not just relying on the fact that they make money from oil and can build hospitals. They're not making their people pay taxes. But before then, they had oil in abundance, and they were using their oil money to take care of their people. give them good roads, give them good houses. We heard of Libya where people were not paying rent within Gaddafi's period, but now Gaddafi is not in office and the country is in shambles. My question exactly is this: those social services you're talking about, in the context of Nigeria, what social services are Nigerians enjoying?
Okay, thank you very much. That's where I said people have to be held accountable. And you brought an example about Saudi Arabia previously. You know, they have been taken care of. You know, they're not paying taxes, but everything have changed. They're trying to modernize their, their country right now. You know, paying taxes and everything, trying to look like the Western, but in a way, what I consider to be semi-Western style of, government. You know, but having said that, that's where I'm coming from. You know, that people has to hold them accountable. For them, has to hold the government accountable, whatever it takes. We are not in the position of Saudi Arabia. Nigeria is not built like that. We are practicing democracy. So that's all we know since independence. We have parliamentary kind of government, which is part of democracy right now. So we are not built like that. The society that we came from is different from Saudi Arabia. They practice, and we are not practicing socialism. We don't know anything about that. So that's why, the people of Nigeria are built differently. That's what we mean with that comment that, people has to pay tax in order to survive, because there's no way it's gonna, that can happen in Nigeria. You can't leave everything laissez-faire, let everybody not pay tax. You don't even have enough money. You don't even have enough money to pay. We are lacking of the revenue right now, and even before a long time ago. So, I mean, that's just my own opinion, okay? But if everything is free, that'd be good, but it's not possible in Nigerian case. Nigeria will go broke. They're already broke, but they will go completely, bankruptcy. There's no money already. So that's how I see. That's how I have my opinion in that regard.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So unfortunately, Simba is off. He keeps coming on and off every time we want to go to him. So I'm going to appeal ahead. When he does come in, we'll give him the opportunity to talk. He's been coming in and out. I think his internet.
I thought you was talking about terrorism. Can I comment on?
Yes, I gave you the floor, and you chose which area to go.
Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Let me continue. Let me continue.
Go ahead.
Okay. So the point, I think the last thing I heard about whether Nigeria should negotiate with the terrorists, no, in that regard, it's non-negotiable. It shouldn't negotiate with terrorists. It shouldn't pay a ransom, because what is that going to do? This is exactly what's happening in Nigeria right now. If you pay them ransom, you are funding a terrorist group. You are emboldening them. You are giving them more money. You are encouraging them for more kidnapping. I mean, you are strengthening the extremists. That's just what I say. But they should make it compulsory that government, when it comes to terrorism and kidnapping, it's not negotiable. This is what America does. But if individual family wants to do it, they can do it privately on their own. But when it comes to government, that should be non-negotiable, paying the terrorists. That's why we are having what we're having right now, ravaging the whole country. And the government you have don't have the ability to do it. Tinubu is already a captured president. Let's call it what it is. What do I mean by a captured president? Somebody, who is being, supervised by a particular ethnic group or talk about. I mean, he may have the boldness to implement that economic policy like tax and everything. When it comes to that, when it comes to that military side of it, I think, in my own opinion, he has an agreement with them, that you don't have any right to do it, and everything that is, is more political. There's nothing he's going to do. All we are seeing right now is window dressing. All this emergency, nonsense that he call or whatever. It's not going to happen. Recruitment. How can you recruit people? You have not solved the fundamental problem that we have in Nigeria. The people sponsoring Boko Haram and everything. They are the main catalysts. If you recruit 100 million, you have this military guy here, forefather, always, talking about military. But Nigeria, Nigeria is not in the right man for that. He can recruit 200 million like forefather one. It's not going to solve Nigeria problem, because all this sponsor of Boko Haram, Tinubu knows them. Look at the one that was released by Saudi Arabia. Up to today, we don't know their name. And somebody kidnapped, somebody gave them 20 years, and you put in on the Kanu there, for just instigating, and that Nigeria has a problem. So That's my opinion. That's how I see that.
All right, thank you very much. Forefathers, before we come to you, so I'm not sure where you started watching from. I'm not sure what.
I came before forefathers now.
Concerns, that's not true. You actually, there's somebody.
Ask forefathers. I know forefathers know.
All right, no problem. Concerns, I'll hand over the floor to you. But I'm not sure where you started watching from. I've allowed everybody to go about it the way they want to. I have played 3 videos so far. I've played the video of the late governor of Ondo State, who was talking about the fact that open grazing should not be allowed. That was in a forum where even his co-governor at that time, which is a governor of Kaduna State, El Rufai, was there. The current Senate president was there in that forum. And his perspective was simple, that we cannot fall for a blackmail. That some people think that because you don't give them free passage to pasture their cattle, then they will hold everybody to ransom. And he said, listen, if it means the price of cattle skyrocketing, then let it skyrocket. Let it eventually to come down, that his responsibility to take care of his people. Now, the idea behind that video was for us to go back in time to see where we were coming from with regards to this insecurity. Is moved from one conspiracy issue to the other, from, it is Fulani herdsmen who are looking for land, to, it is Islamic fundamentalists who want to, Islamize the whole country. But however you want to look at it, we've had a situation where insecurity has grown. Now, I now play the video of the kidnapped couple, and then play the video of the Muslim guy who says he does not support ransom payment and negotiating with terrorists. So, Concerns, what's your take? Should we negotiate with terrorists? If your brother is kidnapped, God forbid, would you say, okay, we're not going to pay ransom, we'll put pressure on the terrorists to free my brother? Or do you think that ransom should be paid? Do you agree with comparable facts who says we shouldn't do it, but that individuals can do it? If doing it at all, does that not create an economy for that kind of illegal type of money making, as it were? The floor is yours, and you have 6 minutes.
My own, you are going to give me time on my own. Others, you didn't give them time.
Sorry, Chim. I think, sorry, please, Chim. I think you should separate that breaking into 2. If you say to negotiate with, is it with government or with individuals, private individuals?
Loco, you like talking too much. I want to talk.
The 2 are not the same.
You like talking too much.
You go one side cannot come back for the 2.
Okay, Loco, let him talk. Let him talk. Then we'll come back and review that situation. Concerns, go ahead.
Yeah, gentlemen and gentlemen, good day for all of you for being here today. I was calling KJ during the Thanksgiving. He didn't answer he didn't pick my call, because I wanted some talking. Mr. Tony, I called you also. You didn't pick my call. If you're able, I called also.
You're using your time to greet people.
No problem. Let me greet everybody now. Comparable files with Mr. James, everybody. Loco, poco. And
where you get my phone number?
Forefathers. You see, when you see forefather, look at how he's very innocent. He think he's a good man, but not the same. No problem. You see, on the tax issue, quite all right. Tax is good for everybody to pay. In every country, some countries work with tax of their citizens. They engineer their country with taxes. They run their country with taxes. But in Nigeria, there's a problem of this tax. When the subsidy was removed, and now no subsidy for the country, people are becoming poor. How are people going to pay this tax? And again, who are going to pay this tax? The Fulanis are not going to pay. Or even most of them, majority of them are not going to pay, in the sense that in Taraba, in Katsina, in Sokoto, many of these places, Boko Haram or the terrorists have taken over those places, collecting the taxes. So if you are imposing tax on Nigerians, people who are going to pay this tax, see the Southern people. The Southerners, Southwest, Southeast, and the South, that's the people who are going to pay this tax. That's a problem. So and again, who are you going to use this tax? What are you going to run with this tax? The government is borrowing so much. The tax you are going to pay, is it going to be used for this,
I don't know how they need to use to them for them. This House of Assembly, House of the Senate, and these people that are running on Tinubu's mandate, or is it the judges that also run on Tinubu's mandate? Is it the INEC that also on Tinubu's mandate? Look at the whole country. That's why Trump say we are very disgraceful. We are a disgraced nation. The former INEC chairman now appointed this ambassador. So when people said that that election was totally rigged, some people start arguing. It's like some of us are very, very dumb. Because we see the handwriting on the wall. We saw that that man is compromised. That people have destroyed Labour Party, INEC and the judges that destroyed Labour Party, they have destroyed PDP through Tinubu. Because all these institutions are running under Tinubu's mandate. So for me, I don't support that task. I don't. Even those who are talking about going to meet their councillor. Do you have Nigeria have councillors or chairman? They don't have. Everything is through the governors. And even those that have, there is no running. Tinubu is in control of everything. People say protest. You can't protest. Today, the government is in the Yoruba hand, but you cannot protest in Lagos. The Elbas and all the nonsense that are calling themselves, they say they can protest in Lagos because Tinubu is running the government. Yoruba is running the government. The results of Yoruba now become that government. Not they are talking of oil. Not that they're talking of what that is that government that is their government. That's their resources now. So that is one. On the terrorism, you see, Tinubu himself is one of the part of the terrorists in Nigeria. I have the evidence. I have evidence. If you call me tomorrow, I will go to court and say it. One, the government is terrorist government. All the while, Tinubu has been there, and the Buhari was putting all these Boko Haram people in the government. Tinubu never said anything. As the chairman of APC, that I never said anything. He was doing everything for him to come back to rule Nigeria. Now, these people are in the government. These people are in the army. They are destroying everything. When the army are going to make any operation, their friends there will give them the secret and they will leak to their people. In some communities now are being run by this Boko Haram. The worst is that the Arawa itself, said that Arawa itself, they know about this terrorism. They know they are supporting their people full chest. In Igbo land today on the south, if the Igbo see somebody who is a terrorist, they report to the military or this, come and take these people. But in the north, there's governor. How many governors? Is it Nasarawa and Sokoto? He said they know where these people are. He said their people know where these people are. Many of the northerners say they know where these people are. Well, but why they are not arresting them? In Igbo land today, when you see police arrest if somebody says IPOB, military arrest somebody says IPOB, they kill them. But why in the north? They see people carrying gun, the government see the people carrying gun, but they can't arrest them, they can't kill them. Instead, they put him back to the army. So the issue of this terrorism and this is a very, very big shame for the northern people, for the Arawas, to come up and say we have to give the bandits to negotiate with them, give them whatever we are giving to the south. The mineral that they sustain Nigeria today is coming from south and southeast. But these people are not even complaining. The people that are complaining are this. Even the gold, all the roads coming from the north, they don't want money in it. Their money is not coming to Nigeria. Coming to the city of Nigeria, it's coming only to that people. But still, they want for us to pay them again. The money, if Nigeria tell you how many billions and trillions they are spent on this Boko Haram, you can't believe it. Even this last one now, all of the government are paying them ransom every day. If this is Satanas making this terrorism, or you see that they could have wiped away. They could have been wiped away if this terrorism are from the east or south or this. No community will remain. Any community they see this bandit, they wipe that community away. Say they want to destroy Nigeria. But today, in the south, in the north, in Sokoto, in anywhere, these people are roaming around, making meetings with everybody. But the president himself, he doesn't care about this thing, because what he cares about how to come to be second round. That's why when I look at a black man, I say, are we really human beings? Because you are not supposed to be the president of Nigeria. A very disgraceful human being. With all the characters he have, what nonsense he have. But they make him president. He's supposed to be. Awolowo was asking for a day to be present a day, but you are given 4 years. The 4 years you don't know what you are doing. Instead, you want more 8 years again. If the 4 years you couldn't do anything, is it the for another 4 years that you're going to do something? By then, the people you are ruling have been wiped away, or they have been killed before you can be the next. I don't get it. So you see, for the TASO, for the terrorism, it's unfortunate where we are heading to. Look at the. You see, every day the state government say, oh, we're not talking good about the government, talking about good about Nigeria. You are talking good about Nigeria. You see that the embassies, what is the work of embassy? The work of embassy is to see what you are doing in your country and report to their own people. See, look who are going to represent you recently as ambassadors. Somebody like Reno Mokri, somebody like that man, FKK. If those people see those people, how can they look about Nigeria again? They say the man ruling us is a kokendila. This one is a jobber, nonsense, talking nonsense, Reno Mokri. All this, So at the end of the day, my brother, for me, that country is failed. And it will continue to fail. And if anybody thinking that this terrorism will stop, that person is joking. That person doesn't know what he's talking. Because as long as money is involved, these guys are being paid, these guys are getting money, government is not arresting them, it can never stop in life. So if the Satanas know what to do, let them. Asabanjo, I saw Asabanjo, all these people that criticized Igbos before. They criticize Igbos, they talk nonsense. But today, Asabanjo is saying, let me tell you people the truth. It's only southeast, south. Let me tell you. This other southwest and the north, they don't like you people. It's only that oil they like. That is just coming from that they like. So now they know that what the southeast are doing before it was good. So that's the thing. So thank you, my brother.
All right. Thank you very much, Concerns, for your expose. Forefathers. So, like I was saying earlier, I'm not sure where you started from.
Mr. Chim, please put me in the back edition after. Put me back. Let me make a call. Okay.
No problem. Okay. So, the floor is yours, actually. We've been talking about insecurity in the light of government responsibility. Should government lose the right to demand taxes from its people if they're not able to secure them? Should we continue to pay ransom when people get into the hands of these bandits? We don't know. What's your take on it, sir?
Thank you for having me, Chim, and greetings to all the panelists, including the ones in the chat, and special greetings to the viewers. Regarding payment to terrorists, definitely not. I don't think it's a good idea to pay terrorists. You just enrich them, they go and upgrade their weapons and come back for more. That is a terrible idea. It's always been one. And even the one in the Niger Delta, I was somewhat like, that is an example of a weak state, negotiating with people that are using force against the state. And so I'm not for amnesty. I'm not for wrong. Why should you reward wrongdoers? Then what is the point of the ones that are law abiding? And so, but in Nigeria, they have a culture of always trying to pretend as if law and order and the strength of the state is negotiable. Let's just do it and cover up and forget about it and move on. So that is fine. They can do that if they want to, but I'm not for that. I'm for a strong state that is capable of preserving its people's lives. But one of the issues I tend to have, from my point of view, I feel a little bit perplexed when people say the Nigerian government don't do anything. I don't understand that. Have you ever been in a lawless environment? When we say they didn't do anything, I like to divide it into two parts. Like the federal government, they don't perform very well. They are terrible governments because they are not even proper governments. But that is different from saying there is nothing that they are doing. There is a road you are driving on. Somebody is making sure when you get down from that airport, you can walk, catch a taxi. How many cities have been overrun? Somebody has to pay for those things. Your country cannot remain broke constantly. You have seen nations that don't have any natural resources like Singapore and there are about 6 million people. Singapore, no natural resources. They do more export than the entire Africa because of human beings. and we don't want to tap into our people at all. So the way I look at it is it the chicken before the egg situation? If that's what you're looking for, there's already egg, which means you already have a level of security. You have to build on it. Every nation builds on it. You can't have a perfect situation. Most nations are forged out of war, which is the worst situation to ever be forged out of. I hear people going to pay tax. Without collecting tax, there is no civilization, period. And I can understand if you are making the argument of penalizing people that don't earn enough money. I'm almost certain people in the rural areas are not going to be hit that most. It's people in the cities that do reasonable, that get reasonable income. But I hear that it's 70,000 naira per month before you start getting taxed, which is quite low. Personally, I think that is quite low. You should be at least 200,000 before you start getting taxed in Nigeria at all. But maybe the government is strapped for cash. If the government wanted to use the money properly, I think it's possible that you can tax people that way, because what taking that amount of tax does for you, it helps you leverage it to get more loans in the world. This is how all that nations get all the trillions upon trillions of dollars loans. Like Singapore, 6 million people owe more than about $1.4 trillion. How? Why would anybody give them $1.4 trillion in loan? 6 million people. But they do. Imagine, Nigerians, our head will explode when we hear that kind of figure. Because we don't necessarily know how the world economy works. So I'm not necessarily against taking money from people to build a state. The problem I have is they are misgoverning the state. They are not using the money for anything useful that I can see. Like Tinubu now that removes the fuel subsidy. The money that was saved, what did he use it for? Nobody knows. He just, I save money, but I give governors, I share this, that's it. Money disappeared. Money he could have separated and said, I'm going to take this, I put it in defense. I'm going to take this and put it in health. At least people know that's where the money that was saved is going straight to. Nothing. And this is the sad tale. And I can understand why people feel frustrated. That why should they collect more money from people now, given the way they have been behaving? But I'm not looking at it from the point of view of only President Tinubu. I'm looking at it from the point of view that the next president that will come in may actually do a better job with it. Because somebody has to lay the foundation. Somebody has to pass the laws to lay the foundation. So from that point of view, I say it's the right direction to travel. The question is, can this president deliver based on his the way he has governed so far? Not even Lagos, this is history. I'm not so sure that he can deliver. However, the good thing about it is that when you see your money going out of the account every month, you know you are losing money to the federal government. You are more likely, even if it's 10%, 5%, 15%, more likely to hold that government accountable, because they are taking money directly from you, not from oil field anymore now. Have you ever paid anybody money for a service and you just let them go because they are big men? No. If you give them money, even if it's all these, what they call it, pyramid scheme people, you will want to hold them accountable, because you feel like, okay, I just lost my money to these guys, and I didn't get what they said they were going to give to me. So I think that makes people want to hold more accountable. And I think it's a good dynamics to have in place than just sitting there. I think somebody said Saudi Arabia is even looking to charge the citizens tax, because you have to do that so that they can feel like they are part of the state. From that point of view, I support it. In terms of national security, we all know what the problem is. We pretend as if we don't know. We all know what the problem is. You don't have enough people. I saw some video of Nigerian soldiers talking about how they are in remote location and they are brave. They were doing their job. A lot of Nigerian soldiers are doing their job. And this is one of the things I said people should not be doing. When they like, oh, the military is compromised, why should you recruit more into the military and all the rest of it? Those people need reinforcement. They need to survive. They have families too. When you keep besmirching them and at the same breath saying a general was killed, these are human beings. I know somebody that has died in the line of duty in Nigeria. He wasn't even a soldier. He was just working with them. And he died almost in similar circumstances as that general. Because after the general lived, they searched him out and finished him off. But you remember, you know the way people talk now, They'll say, oh, somebody gave him up. No, these terrorists, they know the area. When they ambush you, you scatter, then they'll go and find you. That's what they do. That's how they got this young man. He was buried about, well, if I'm not mistaken, 2 years ago, the year Tinubu came into office. So we need to recruit more into our security forces. We know that. Sri Lanka, that a lot of Nigerians try to use, they talk about Tamil tigers. If we had the same number, that if you scale it to the population of Sri Lanka, if we had similar number of security personnel, we'll have 4 million. Sri Lanka is 22 million people, just about 22 or 20 million people, and they have about 400,000 soldiers. Why? They have more soldiers than Nigeria. And that's how they got rid of the Tamil tigers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Foforas, for really you used your time but underused it by one minute. Thank you very much. I wish everybody would be like that. But I have a question for you. Before I saw Comparable and KJ, before you guys ask whatever question or comment you want to make, a little bit of this is for forefathers. So you mentioned why government needs to continue to collect taxes, and you mentioned things like roads, you mentioned maintenance of airports, you talked about rebuilding an overrun city if there should be a case of such a situation, and then you compared Nigeria to Singapore where all of this is happening. Now, there are Nigerians who would, hearing what you said, everything you said is perfectly okay. But there are people who will hear you and will say, okay, so I should pay taxes because roads will be built. They will ask you, what roads? Is it the dilapidated roads that we're still seeing? There are people who will hear that and say, what airport? Is it the glorified theaters we travel through, where I go and I waste my time, where I go and there is no air conditioning system, where I go, people are asking me anything for the boys? That's true. And then how many overrun cities in Nigeria, since we started experiencing this insurgency and stuff, how many of them have been rebuilt? So I don't know if you have any responses to this question.
Yeah, the cities, what I meant by that was, have you seen any cities overrun by bandits? None. There is none that has been overrun.
In Nigeria?
Yes.
In Nigeria?
Which city? Can you name me the city?
What are you talking about? Lot of villages have been overrun. They don't have to be
villages. That's what I said.
Local governments have been overrun. What are you talking about?
Oh my God! I said cities. There is a reason why I use cities.
Okay, please educate us why.
I use cities is because somebody is protecting those areas. That's why the bandits don't go there. In other words, you don't have enough people to spread all over the country. That is to illustrate the problem. And even the cities, they are thinly secured. Because if you call police officer now, they will take forever to show up. But in the Canada where you sit, if you call them, they'll show up.
Hold on, I'll let him finish, please. So that just give him some time.
Abuja was attacked. Is that not a city?
Hold on, let him finish. Go ahead, further.
So in Canada where you sit, if you call the police, they will show up in 10-15 minutes because they are not that far away from you. They are everywhere. You have enough people. In Nigeria, even the cities are thinly secured, but even then they have enough security in the cities to deter the bandits from entering there in the way you see in the outskirts, because they go for soft targets. That's what they generally do. So what you need to do is expand that same grade that you have in the cities out throughout the whole country. That is why I keep saying you need at least 1 million personnel, military, to be able to span the whole nation, to prevent them from showing, because the moment they show up, they are in a trap. It's like coming out in a net. You get caught. That's how other nations did it. It's not like I am inventing it. That's how you can't not occupy the space that the bandits are using. Because if you go to Borno, you take them out in Borno, they will just shift to the west. They will just, and people are saying Trump will not solve anything because they will just hide. What are you going to do? You're going to be fine looking for them amongst every human being.
All right, thank you.
You have to take over the entire space.
All right, thank you for that submission. Tony, before I come to you, KJ had something to say, and then KJ, then Comparable, and then Tony, and then we move to something else.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much also for your contribution. I just want to say this concerning the tax. NNPC 2 days ago just published that they spent 17 trillion through the president on security. Okay, 17 trillion naira was spent It's not ahead of before in Nigeria. 17 trillion. That's not among the one he borrowed from National Assembly, for which we have all lost count of how much have been borrowed. Even as the last week, more money was still being borrowed. Okay. Fuel subsidy was removed, and fuel moved from whatever it was to over almost 1,000 naira right now. Yet, all this money that has been gathered, none of them has shown the real reason or what they have used it to do, because the East-West road, which they are still building, is not even close to being half. The existing roads are still as bad as they were yesterday. Now, insecurity, after spending 17 trillion, is still not getting any worse. It has now got to the federal capital, Abuja. And if you know Abuja, you know a place called Gwarimpa. Gwarimpa is almost at the heart of the city, where bourgeois and 419ers used to live. Now, I want to say this: the schools there had to be forced to shut down, and everybody was running helter-skelter to every school around Gwarimpa to go and pick their children, because they said the herdsmen had come through the forest. I'm talking about the federal capital, with all the brigade of guard. As you know, the brigade of guard is supposed to guard the president and the FCT. So, if they can break the ranks of the army and get into the federal capital, what else is left? Now, we should also be careful when you say people are paying tax. What we are saying, that we're not saying people shouldn't pay tax. We're saying what is already paid is good. You cannot tax me for what the money you have already taxed me. I'm sending the money to your country. You have already taxed me for that one. Then my nephews and nieces who are going to use to pay school fees, this money I sent for them to eat and to do other things, you are also going to take money from that. And I don't think that is right. That is stealing from the people. That's no longer taxing.
Okay.
Now,
okay.
why do you also have to tax the people for which you have not provided, work? They don't have any job. They are all sitting, waking up and sitting, and just there, no jobs. So, having said that, also, my last point is what you said, but I seem to have lost it because, listen, I'm just simply saying, forefather, irrespective of how we feel, this is not going away. You see, you and I are here. In fact, I thought that you would be talking about the Asa Abuja, who is a member of your constituency from the Niger Delta, who was now saying Niger Delta is ready. Because we have been saying this thing is coming, where it look as if we hate the Fulanis or the militants or whatever you want to call them, the terrorists. Now you keep saying that, but it is here right now in the Niger Delta. It should be behind your backyard. So if you have relatives, begin to let them know, because they are there now.
Okay, move on.
Hold on, I'll finish in 1 minute. They are already in River State. It is struck in River State. If you don't have it, the video, I can send it to you. Now, Tim, we keep saying that Americans are going to come and they will not know who to do. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, forefather? Are you really saying that what you're saying is true? They don't know what to do? Let me tell you something. If there's anybody who is going to know what to do, it's the people who are coming. And I say this: if they are coming, it's going to stop people from dying. I don't care whether they are Christians or Muslims, or they are atheists, or they are traditional worshippers. Life is sacrosanct. Nobody can provide it. Not even the best medical doctors have been able to give life to a dead person who can't take it. I don't, forefather, you sitting looking at me, I don't have to like you to agree that you should live.
Okay, let me clarify something for you. Let me just make something very simple for you to understand. See, Gaza is fenced, completely fenced. They've dropped over 4 Hiroshima bombs in that area, smaller than Lagos Island.
If they dropped over,
can I finish, please? Can I finish? So that the viewers can hear what you're saying. 4 Hiroshima bombs, nuclear weapons equivalent in that area. Hamas is still standing. And you think that Trump, that his beds are itching, like, how dare he even try to go into another war, will have the time. That's after 2 years of bombing of Gaza, by the way. You think he has any chance against the bandits? He's never succeeded, and it will not. I don't know what else to tell you. He's just going to destroy your country, and nothing is going to come out of it.
Can I answer that? Can I answer that?
Okay, KJ, no, I don't want you to answer that because
no, I just to round up that he cut me in. I want to say again that there's no record that
you don't have up to a minute, but go ahead.
Whatever was dropped in Gaza is for you, and that's not true. Secondly, look, we should come round full circle. So we should. I don't know. Well, let me leave it.
Don't go there anymore, KJ. Please, thank you. So, Mr. James, you have something to say.
Please, me, my turn.
Oh, was it you? I thought it was Mr. James.
Yeah, it's me.
No, it's not your turn yet. It's James.
Yeah, Mr. James, let Mr. James finish comparable, and then Tony, please.
Yes.
Okay.
The cities are not safe. The Nigerian Defense Academy was attacked. Nothing happened. Abuja, what's it called? Kuje prison was attacked. Nothing happened. United Nations headquarters in Nigeria, in Abuja, was attacked. Nothing happened. The cities are not safe.
The church was attacked. Catholic Church was attacked. Nothing happened.
Comparable.
So are you telling me that?
No, it's not his turn. No, it's my turn. It's not comparable.
Hold on. Did they not just shoot two soldiers in American
capital? I raised my hand
capital?
even before KJ. What are you
They shot
doing?
2 soldiers in American capital. This in Charlie Kirk was assassinated in America, broad daylight. See, no situation is perfect, but let's face it, the cities are not as compromised as the outskirts. We know that is true. Let's not pretend.
Okay. The cities are vulnerable. He just gave you an example. Abuja is vulnerable.
Hold on, please.
All capitals are vulnerable. I just told you American capitals are vulnerable. Just yesterday, I think one of them was shot up. A church was shot up. Children were killed.
They are not vulnerable.
In California. Oh God.
They are not vulnerable. That's not true.
Please, let's not do that so that we don't lose.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No problem. After comparable, I'll come to you, Tony, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me go back to the tax. The taxation we are talking about. I think the problem we should be talking on the area of how the tax is being utilized, whether it's being utilized for human capital development in Nigeria and some other welfare. Because in Nigerian constitution, the constitution and the Federal Revenue Service Act give the government the power to collect tax from the citizens and the companies. So that's not debatable. It's in the constitution. So people have to pay tax, but how is the tax, whether it's going to be progressive, people who don't have money to pay, you can excuse them. That happens, like people in the welfare in America, they don't have to pay tax. So it has to be progressive. That's what I'm saying. Everything has to be equitable. Then, if you don't pay tax, the government has the right to fine you, penalize you, seize your assets, prosecute you. But you may have an exception, if you feel that the tax was illegally imposed on you. You can challenge the government. That is the only area, ordinary citizens have a right to challenge, the government, say they don't want to pay tax. So in that regard, people don't have a right to refuse paying tax. You have to prove, you're not supposed to pay tax. It's the right of the government. I mean, it's in the constitution. So all these arguments we are making, whether it's right or not, we can pay it. But let me say one more thing. They said in the last 3 days, USA conducted some survey in the Borno state 3 times. So I don't know if that has been verified. I don't know if anybody heard about that news. So, yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, comparable. Tony, the floor is yours.
Yes, first of all, let me say that America has conducted 3 sorties.
Okay, his video has gone bad. All right, so let me. Are you back?
And that Guarimpa school thing, I've not seen any evidence of Guarimpa school being closed.
Yeah. First of all, I don't think it is true that America dropped the size of bomb 4 times of what was dropped at Hiroshima in Gaza. That's not true. If you fact check that, you find out that that's a lie. I don't know where forefathers got that from. But having said that, let me also say that, you see, it's good. Numbers are okay. It's good for Nigeria to increase its number of troops. I agree. But if you look at the most powerful nations, very active militaries that you have in the world, it's not necessarily numbers. You need a military. The Nigerian military needs an army that is mobile, proactive, that is strategic, and that can properly utilize technology to deal with whatever threat that is facing the nation. That's what is more important. Not really. Israel doesn't have the largest army in the world, but it's very, very active. It's very, very mobile. It's very, very technical. It's strategic, and it's backed by technology. So I just wanted to mention that. But that said, if you look at the problem of insecurity, you see, because the character has now taken different shapes and different forms. Like the video that you played, the second and the third video that you played, you will see that if you take Gumi, for instance, is just an enabler and is a business person, is a businessman. So if you are trying any effort that is being made to decimate insurgency or the terrorists, he will resist it. He will be against it, because that would immediately wipe off, his source of making money, his ability to make money. Because how can you be saying, like someone said here, that you should negotiate with people who are killing you, people that you say are not Nigerians, coming, to foist this kind of hegemony on the people, killing, destroying, looting, taking territory. And you say the government that has the authority, this sovereignty, to govern, should go and negotiate with them. And like we have seen some northern states doing. I think it just tells the story, or like somebody who is saying that you shouldn't build schools in remote areas, because by so doing, you will enable the terrorists to strike. You are just surrendering to terrorism, because if you deny people education, you open the doors to prison, you open the doors for people to, the people who are there, to be used. So I don't understand the logic. The point is that from the body language of those in government, from the politicians, from those who are sponsoring this thing, if you look at their pronouncements, you look at their body language, they are not just interested in having this thing, stopped or destroyed. That's why you see people talking about America and saying that, why should America do this? Why should America do that? I don't understand it. If you are incapable of helping yourself, so we just sit down and watch them and kill people and continue to destroy. They don't provide any solution. Nobody has provided a solution. Those of them who are saying, no, America shouldn't come, America shouldn't come. There's no solution that they provided as an alternative to solve this problem.
Wow. Did you not hear all the solutions I gave you just now? You didn't hear anything at all. You see, this is our problem. You choose not to listen, but you pretend as if it doesn't exist.
Okay. All right, guys. It's not a personal banter. Let me reiterate again. Number one is, I personally, as a moderator, I'm not in the business. For those who are saying shut anybody down, I'm not going to shut anyone down. Everybody has a right to express their views. If you think somebody is spewing what is inaccurate, you can call the person out with facts. I will allow you to do that. But everybody's going to show. For me personally, if I am here spewing what is not right, it automatically gives the audience the idea of the kind of intellectual capacity I have. So I won't shut anybody down, but I will try as much as possible to moderate properly. Now, thank you, Tony. Thank you, forefathers. Thank you, everybody. I want us to move to something else. Welcome, Femi and Dexter. I will come to you guys. I want to play a video, or rather, sorry. Yes, I want to play a video. We all heard that in the last week, the president has released a list of ambassadorial nominees. They are yet to go through screening. So in other words, one or two people might not make the final cut. It's possible. They might also all go through it and come out from the crucible. It's also very possible. But I want us to take a look at some of the members or names in that list. We have names like Reno Omokri. We have names like the former National Intelligence Chief or Director or something. One Ayodele, somebody who is undergoing investigation. If you guys remember the money that was lodged somewhere in Ikoyi, and then they said it was fraud money or something. The man is being accused of being part and parcel of that fraudulent process.
Okay.
Okay, Ayodele. Okay, thank you very much. He's currently being investigated, and DSS had his name published on their website. And then as soon as the presidency put his name in the list of the ambassadors, DSS went and removed that particular list. Unfortunately for them, the internet doesn't lie. The footprints are still there. And then we have Reno Mokri. We'll narrow down to him. And then, of course, the most controversial of them all being the just departed from position, INEC chairman. And that begins to call questions that how can an INEC chairman, a man who was supposed to be an umpire, who was an umpire rather, for an entire electoral body of the country, how can you reward that kind of personal assignment of that magnitude? So I want to play, somebody needs to put off their, please. So, but I want to play this video briefly for us to just watch. And please give me a second. You know, it's been a long time I did this thing here. Okay.
Walk with him. Would you?
It will never happen.
Hello, you are welcome to this class. Just now, Reno Mokri don't drop tweet. They thank Bola Ahmed Tinubu, saying, I am so grateful for nominating you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the forgiveness. So for this class, we'll check how it reach here, okay? As you can see, this guy, during the election, the way he talk about this man, castigated him. He know they care about tomorrow. He no believe that tomorrow day. Now so he dey talk. Even though say the thing they news, there's a word go say talk, but he talk. So for this class, go see the journey so far. How he attacked him, call Ben, cause say he no go ever work with him. How they attack him now, go see everything, okay? Everything we go discuss for here, the internet. No be say I go generator, okay? We could see. So this class, I tatoram how to eat your vomit like Reno or Mokri. Also, we are still going to look at how to use law 2 of the 48 laws of power. How Jagaban, how Mr. The president has been using law 2 of the 48 laws of power in dealing with political enemy, opponent, and so on and so forth. Okay? So let's start. Before we read this, let's see how we got here. Okay? Now, if you go to Arise News channel for YouTube, go to November 12th. 2022, they posted this video, okay? No be say, na me generator. The video still there. It did their channel. They no delete them. Now wetin Reno Mokri use the mouth talk. Now we'll listen to, okay? If you know what waste your time, make you start from this time, from 21:14. Then you play it down. You will see wetin he use in mouth.
Okay, guys, I don't want to, there's no need playing the whole video. I'm sure you guys, you get perspective. I just wanted to give us a snippet of this. So it is the right of the president and the presidency to nominate whosoever they want to nominate for any form of appointment. But I also admit that in politics, there are no permanent friends, nor are there permanent enemies. But that being said, I believe there is a threshold human beings or individuals should not get to when it comes to somebody is disturbing us. I don't know if it is support diaspora. I don't want to constantly disturbing us with all this your money making video calls. Anyway, so Reno.
My mic is mute. Oh. My mic is mute. I don't know.
Okay. So Reno Omokri criticized the now president when he was candidate Bola Tinubu, called him a druggie, claimed that he was indicted. If you go watch that video, you will hear everything. They went back. In fact, they asked him in a show by Okimbaloye, as if Okimbaloye looked into the future. He said, "Is there anything that will make you in future accept an appointment from President. He said it will never happen. Now, today it has happened. Is this a case of people are using their platforms to create financial opportunities for themselves? Is there a lack of principle in this? Should Reno accept the appointment? Should he not accept the appointment? Should Bola Tinubu not have thought about giving him that appointment? All sorts of questions I want to ask. But, everybody's going to be given the floor to express their views on this. So I will start with the last two people who came in. Femi came in before Dexter. So Femi, welcome. You might also want to chime in on the previous topics if you so wish to. The floor is yours.
Okay, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chief, and everyone here. So I was going to chime in anyways, but real quick. So while everyone was talking, I was trying to make notes on the veritable solution that
Sorry, Femi, before you continue, Mr. James, let Femi finish, and I'll come to you. Mr. James needs to go. Let
me go ahead, please.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Mr. James. Go ahead, then Femi will continue.
Oh, you mean I can go ahead?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Well, thank you so much indeed. I'm about to leave now because it's nearly bedtime in the Gambia. As for the ambassadorial list, I just want to say that, was it Machiavelli or somebody somebody wrote that an immoral society cannot reform itself. So that's all I've got to say about that list. I thank you all very much. I have to go home. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. James. Have a wonderful night. Yeah,
Femi,
back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you again, Chim. So I was making some notes, and I'd subtly in the past made mention of something that I don't know if it was Mr. Tony or someone that actually mentioned the role of technology. Because I highly disagree with forefathers, like quite a number of us, when it comes to the issue of having men. Because again, at least I try to listen a lot more now in the last couple, I'll say more than a year now, to the likes of Alistair Crook, as an example. This UK call him an expert of sorts who plays in the security domain and what have you. And if you take a look at the combined total, and then again, it's not like I knew all these things before, so it kind of shocks me the kind of things I just learn every day. The combined total of the UK, the French, and the German army is probably roughly 300,000. I don't know if you see where I'm coming from.
Sorry, repeat that again.
The combined total. You go check. I'm not making any of this up.
Just repeat that again.
Yeah, the combined total of the British, the UK, and the German, including the Space Force, because the French probably are one of the few countries that also have a Space Force, just like the US. The combined total is approximately 300,000. Now, I'm not counting reservists, but even if you count reservists, and keep in mind, reservists are not necessarily properly trained. I'm talking about the standing army, Air Force, and the Navy. 300,000.
You have to count reservists. They're part of the military.
Others, I know why I'm saying this. I don't even know. I'm not an expert in this thing. I'm talking about what experts talk about.
Actually, there's a reason why they include reservists. Why are you omitting it? And let's say you omitted the reservist. Give me your number again.
Don't throw me on my guard. You can push back later. We don't agree. I always say something that if I see experts, these people that are dispassionate, that one can readily recognize that these guys know what it is. And it's not one of them. These are people that know this is what they live and die by. You can't argue with them. You might not agree with them. You understand? So I don't want to go into the depths of anyway. So now, that's not even the important part. But generally, there's a way these guys, I just mentioned one of them, analyze how modern warfare, which we probably even have a clue of, because modern warfare is not from 1945 or 19 whatever. And of course, especially when you now include the fact that now you're talking about there's a name you give to this when you're dealing with bandits, and there's asymmetric warfare, right? It's not the regular warfare anymore. And then on top of that, more importantly, if I pick it back to how I started, technology technology. Nigeria has the money. If they're serious, it's just that because we're a serious nation, we're not playing where we should be playing at. Now, part of what I now wrote down that falls under technology, which a lot of companies are actually deploying, and that's what you're even seeing with respect to even the likes of Israel, even Russia as well, even Ukraine, as interesting as it is. Even America right now, it's more about technology. America doesn't have, if you compare the total population of a lot of these countries, vis-a-vis all of these institutions, these military institutions, they're just a fraction of the population. You can even argue that they're not enough. A lot of people are not even trying to join the military anymore. In most countries, go check. Now, just to summarize on this and see if I still have enough time on the current topic. So, there's drones that have, again, sorry, I'm having to read this. There's drones that have all kind of capabilities, that you can do all kind of surveillance. They can map faces. You have infrared, what's it called, technology that can, if you want, the best time to catch these guys at night. Easy, if we're serious. And then you have, there's also the case of CCTV camera. It will surprise a lot of us here. Maybe it wouldn't. That Nairobi, and there's another country that I just realized, probably Rwanda or something, that have CCTV cameras connected and linked to command and control centers. They have proper databases. We don't even have proper databases. These are some of the things that say a lot of things are interconnected. First of all, even the basic things are not right.
Femi, let me help you out. You have microwave, you have infrared, you have ultrasonic systems, you have ground monitors, you have all kinds of electronic systems that you can deploy.
Begin to even tie to the fact that even the basic thing, and that's why I personally also have a problem with this issue of taxes. Everything is interconnected. Even the basic things, they're not doing it. They are busy trying to go and eat jollof rice with the first lady and what have you. We're politicking. And
correction, their mother. Not the first lady.
Well, their mother. Thank God you didn't say our mother, but their mother. But that being said, and then you also have the issue of right now, see the kind of things these same youths in Nigeria are doing when it comes to AI already. There's a role that AI can even play as well. That's among other things. There's a lot of fantastic data analysts in Nigeria. We said there's no job. This is job for them that they can do. And then, of course, there's a lot of saboteurs going on. There's the regular inter-ethnic and inter-religious issues where we basically, honestly, as much as I have my suspicions about the West Australia America when it comes to this, it's not bought out of the fact that I don't have a problem. I've said it before. I don't necessarily have a problem with them coming in. It's just that I have my suspicions, and I know the reason why. There's evidences of why we say these things. And yes, it's true as well, because two things can be true at the same time. It's true that if we're not willing to do what we need to do, at some point, it is not me trying to be patriotic. It has nothing to do with that. Because it's all of us are concerned. We're tired of all of the craps, even outside of insecurity that's been happening. So if this is how we want to continue to go, and then on top of it, as if it's not bad enough, the added insults every day, including the recent first 39 names that they're sending, as if they're telling you that they're actually you know what, we're just not serious, and it's unfortunate. But basically, technology more than any other thing is part of the solution, because of course a lot of people accuse of us coming here and not proffering solutions. That's the solution, but will they do it? No.
Okay, so Femi, what's your take on the ambassadorial list? Or
I don't have any take. I'm just not surprised. I've tied it into what I just said. It's just part of the normal unseriousness as a country that is supposed to be looked up to by other countries. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you noticed that Botswana has this what's it called? This thing they just instituted, where just like you have in a lot of the advanced countries, in quotes, where you pay to invest and all of that. They're thinking, there's a lot of Nigerians doing amazing things over there. They even have iPosts. Those are countries that are thinking. Those countries are in Africa. 18 or loading. You see what the Rwandan president continues to do as well. And then Kenya, they even look more advanced than us, and we're all in. See, It all ties to the same thing. We're just not serious. Does that even look, when I saw that list, I was just shaking my head like, you know what? We're still, it's almost like they're giving all of us reasons to continue to talk.
Okay. Thank you very much for that.
Before let me address the point that he made, please.
Yeah, hold on. I'll give you some time to address it.
Yeah.
So please, welcome to this special day of 90 Minutes on Africa. Please like, share, and support the platform in any way you can. We'll appreciate that. Dexter, let forefathers 2 minutes. Then I'll come down to Dexter.
Yeah, I really hate when I have to be doing this over and over again to grown-ups. Okay. Germany, population 80-something million. They have 180 something. I think let me confirm the number. Let me just give you the summary really so that we just don't save ourselves the time. So these two nations have equivalent of about 150 something million people, and they have 400 something thousand soldiers. And France is a nuclear power on top of it. Very, very advanced economies. Nigeria has 240 million population, and we have 230,000 soldiers. And out of that, about 70,000 is paramilitary. So they are not even proper military personnel. So if you are looking at the actual real military, like he likes to quote, it's around 150,000 we have. So how is that comparable? If we had similar numbers in proportion, we should be looking at somewhere around 1 million soldiers.
Let me just give you one line before what's his name? Please, I beg, just one line. I won't do the response when it's done.
Okay.
Yeah, my point is that if we had similar equivalent amount of soldiers, we should have at least 1 million standing military personnel. But we don't, do we? And we are not even that advanced. We should have more because we use human beings to make up for technology deficit. And we even have more security challenge than they do. Nobody is attacking French villages. And yet they are still this militarized. Why? And people just come and defend the indefensible. But it's okay. Carry on.
All right, Femi, quickly.
I won't take your time. I'm sorry, Dexter. So we live in 2026, not even 2025. A lot of things have advanced. There's a lot of these countries that we even I brought up them we're comparing. They used to have even more military. Now, in technology, there's something we call scaling. The more you advance, the more you stop doing things the old way. Plus, the kind of what's it called? The kind of insurgencies and what have you that we're fighting today. You just end up losing people. That's not the way it works anymore. It's more about technology now. It's there. Instead of them using money to go and eat ukobi and jollof rice with their mother and giving themselves what's it called? Security votes.
Then why is it that the people that are more advanced have more people still? Don't you think that? How is this confusing to you?
No.
Why is it that people that are more advanced than us still have more people?
Let me just finish now.
Security is not the one way. It's not the one way street road. Come on.
I know, but you just plug the gap you can plug with the people you have. But this type of argument, I keep having it again, and it's exhausting. Like we can't even see with our own eyes.
Listen to you. Let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. Let me finish. Let me finish now.
Countries that are more advanced have more people, and you're still making an argument on that. It's a waste of time.
Hold on.
Let me finish.
Femi, hold on.
Waiting. Let me finish, man.
Femi, hold on. I'll come back to you. So please, when you were speaking, he let you speak. He's pushing back. Let him push back. Just listen to him. If eventually we need to give you more time, I will give you more time. But let him push back so that the audience will hear his argument just the way they heard yours also. I mean, that's fair enough, isn't it? Femi, go ahead.
Okay, let me use a logical to try and round up. Dexter, I apologize. You see, prior to 2020, people were hearing about cloud. We're hearing about AI, but at a lower level, right? A lot of this stuff was done on-prem. All of a sudden, most things are moving to cloud because it's more scalable. When you get things, when today is better than yesterday, will you prefer to go back to yesterday? No. All I'm saying, and even when you talk about population, you also forget
that it's the land mass is not as large as certain countries like the US as an example. So you can talk about population. We can talk about population, valid arguments. But does the land mass of Nigeria change? No. So I'm talking about something that's even more scalable that you can even do right now. Okay, where are the people that are trying to join the military in Nigeria now? Tell me. Who's trying to join right now? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Dexter, I'm coming to you. But before I come to you, Mr. Pobolo, I'm here with you. You can private chat me. You don't need to tell the whole world that I'm doing a horrible job. You're a panelist. I don't think panelists will be snitching on each other. This is snitch behavior you're putting up. But anyway, I forgive you ahead of time.
Can I address this thing again, please?
I will give you time, just please, so that Dexter can chime in, and then at some point I will bring it back up for you if you don't let us wait. So please, Dexter, go ahead.
Thank you, Chim, and everybody. Have sacrificed their time to come out here. I was listening from the beginning. I think some of the things we have said, I think many people have already said what's there. I think one of the problems we have as Nigerians is a deficit in quality education. Okay, so especially for those people who are outside in the Western world, one of the advantages you and your children have is getting quality education and renew your mind.
Sorry, Dexter, apologies. Did you say we have a deficit in quality of education?
Yes, we have a deficit.
Okay. As you explain, will you be able to explain and let us know how?
I'll be able to explain. Education is not education. When you say education, it's not about going to school and just doing the maths and doing the English and passing. It's about the quality of the human being that comes out, and you see it in the decisions that the people make. I give you a typical example. Okay, Nigeria has professors, people that have gone to school. You have many states that are called educationally developed. How come they vote? The choice of people they vote to lead them are people who don't even have half of the qualifications they have. People who can do better jobs than that. Tells you that the value system is horrible. Okay, so you can be teaching a child, but you don't teach him values. So even if you're teaching a child, he knows his maths, he knows his English, he knows the quantitative, but he doesn't know the qualitative. And that's one of the deficits we have in Nigeria. And if you go to schools in the Western world, what you see them do for kids is that in the primary years of education, what they focus on teaching them is value system. How can somebody sell his vote? Somebody that went to university, even went to college, sell your vote for 10,000 naira. In what world? In what world? And the truth is that the Nigerian leaders know this. They know it. Okay, the Nigerian leaders know. That is why, number one, the school system in Nigeria has been aborted. It has been literally killed. The primary, secondary school system of Nigeria, there's been a hemorrhage in it because you can't get anything value out of those children. There's no value system coming out. So you see somebody coming out as a graduate and say, my vote will not count. Imagine somebody, think about it. You are coming out and saying that my number will not count. You're literally saying that you're not a citizen. It's simple. You're literally saying that you have no say. But that tells you the value system. You can't see a young person coming from the Western and say, my vote. You will see people that even vote as minority, that even if they don't win, you see they still have a say. But in Nigeria, it is not that way. So they say we are bereft of quality. So that's why we can choose the worst of us to lead us. And you still have people reinforcing that decision of the worst of us leading us. Because one, they are hoping on what they will gain. I've always said it here, there's a generation in Nigeria that is completely lost. However, unfortunately, that generation was the one that were blessed with the best. That generation, they were the ones that got the best of the best. But they are unfortunately lost because they sold their birthright for a plate of pottage. That's what they've done. They've sold. Example, somebody is a drug dealer, comes and tells you, come and work for me. You are a professor. You are a professor of law. You know the law. You know this person is a drug dealer. You still go and work for the person. Is something wrong with you? Is something, Don't you don't think about it? I'm thinking, that if I were me, what killed that man is when he saw the value system of the so-called people that he thought were his peers. It was Femi Falana that defended Tinubu now. They were about to kick him out. But it was Femi Falana that went to the. So that is the level we are. Look, one thing about Nigeria, we must stop deceiving ourselves. You see, that's why I don't like religious bodies in Nigeria, because they make people, they give them hope where they shouldn't give them hope. They should tell us the hopelessness of our situation so that we can face it. They give you hope for, they want, look, there's no pride, there's no joy in having a palliative economy. What we want to have is an empowered economy where everybody can stand for himself, not one man giving handouts. Then you say the man is a giver, or the man, there's no joy in that. That system can never work. What we want is where every man can stand up for himself and know that he is born equal. You are all born equal men. I don't care the family you come from. I don't care your name. But unfortunately, what we have in Nigeria is that they are born into classes. People are different. So what we now do is there's a struggle in Nigeria. Everybody wants to get into that class. So you are ready to sell your birthright even if you can just get into that class. So I'm not surprised about some of the decisions and the truth, like I said, there's a generation in Nigeria, you cannot help it. The only hope that Nigeria has is in the young people, the people between 15 to 25, the people that are coming up, the people that have not become adults, hopefully, and from the children that are in diaspora. That's why all of us here, if you are in diaspora, encourage your children to learn law, to learn government, to learn STEM, and prepare them to go back and transform. Because another thing is that some of us, the mindset, I hear the argument of, they're comparing the UK, comparing Germany, the German army with the UK army or with Nigerian army. See, look at, you are comparing apples and oranges. A country that has not had a census for over how many decades, then you are believing the number. Just think about it. You are comparing a country like Nigeria where there has been no census, no verified data for how many, more than 2 decades, over 3 decades. Then you are now using it to compare with a country that has verified data for the last 10 years. You now compare them. Why do we deceive ourselves? Why do we engage in self-deceit? We engage in serious self. Look, the people get the leadership they deserve. I didn't expect anything different. If you listen to that Don Azar video, one of the things he said there is this: look, we must give it to the president of Nigeria. The guy is playing his strategy well. Keep your enemies keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer. Don't think that because he awarded Renan Mokri and awarded those people, he has the purposes, he has the reasons for doing that. Unfortunately, it is at the detriment of us Nigerians, at the detriment of us. Unfortunately, some of us don't value our status. That is the truth. Because if some of our decisions, if you weigh our decisions, you will find out that some of us don't even value we don't even value that we should be called citizens. That's why I said a general was killed. Nigeria should be mourning. A general was killed and they are still killed. So think about the insult. A general was killed and they are still kidnapping. That's why I said, imagine if it was in Israel, the general was killed and they are terrorists. Oh my God, whoever they are, they will be licking their wounds now. But in Nigeria, the general was killed. We are still discussing it. We are still, look, if we don't, the truth about the state of Nigeria, unfortunately, people want Nigeria to stay together. You see, but you must earn the right to be together. There's nothing like Nigeria must be together. And that is one of the things that has made the country to become so bad. Because there's no boundary. It's like you tell a woman, you must be married. Imagine all of us here, you have daughters. Somebody marry your daughter and I say, no matter what, your daughter is my wife. I will be beating her, I will be pummeling her, I will do whatever I like, no matter what, she's my wife, she must stay married. How many of you here, how many of us here will agree for that? How many of you here will say, tell your daughter, stay, oh, don't worry, stay. It's your husband. Let him be beating you, giving you black eye every day. Some days, strip you outside, leave you naked, leave your children outside. How many of us will proudly tell that man, continue, continue? That is what is happening in Nigeria. People that are supposed to be Nigerian are stripped of their rights, treated anyhow. Corrupt people are put in high positions, and some of us will still, and that shows our value system. That's why I say that there's people that came, many people in Nigeria were not educated on values. In fact, in Nigeria, if you missed education on the value system from your home, forget it, you are lost, because the school was not teaching values. And let me tell you where that started, Chim. When the missionaries were running the school system in Nigeria, look at that generation, they had a vast value system. People that came from the missionary school, you had people that could say, if this thing is not being done right, I will leave. Because the mission that were teaching children, it was not just education, it was value, discipline. But what did the Nigerian government do? Remove the missions. Take the school away from them, we will run it. And they watered down till the point whereby graduates from Nigeria literally don't have anything anymore, except academic content. That is the truth. What we have is academic content, not value system. If you got a value system, it's probably from your home, not from the school system.
Thank you, Dexter. Just as a follow-up from what you just said, I didn't meet the missionaries per se. I'm not sure any of my generation here met the missionaries, but I went to a school that was tied to the missionaries. Well, my point is this. I understand what you're talking about. I believe it's not about those missionaries, because those same missionaries are the same people that some of us are here today calling colonialists and saying that the ones who put us in the situation we are. So it's a double-edged sword. But the point I want to make is this. I think it's about teaching civics. Many of us were taught civics. It was called civics at some point. In some schools, it was called social studies. So those are your children, or our children, I should say, who are today in the Western world. I don't think they teach them so much of that anymore. But even they teach them, they are teaching them the American one, teaching them the Canadian one, teaching them the British one. So how are they going to get the Nigerian civics? Let me land. Okay. In such a way that as you are postulating that when they go back, they will be the ones to change society. I have my views on that. And I will explain it. Now, the other thing I wanted to bring out is on this accountability of a thing that has led us to discuss the military. How do you hold your political officers accountable? I have tried to get someone to tell us that, but not so many people are saying it, so I'm going to help. I live in Calgary. We had an election to replace our municipal election last month. And the one before last month was held 4 years earlier, which was, if I'm correct, 2021. Now, the lady who became mayor came in. She hiked property tax. She took money from our treasury and went to fight a hijab war somewhere in another province. And Calgarians told her, that's not why we elected you, our mayor. 6 months into her, or 1 year into her tenure, there was a recall. She's the first woman to face a recall election. She managed to escape it by a few votes. But guess what? She understood the message. You can't come in, take our money to go and be fighting hijab war. We didn't elect you to be a activist mayor, going to fight a hijab. We elected you to take care of us in this province and in this city. Election came up this year and she lost. She didn't even come second. She came third. Another person replaced her. That is the accountability. I was asking the person who brought that question up to say, how do Nigerians hold their leaders accountable? If you've elected a man, you only have two options, or a woman. You either, if there's a recall process, you recall that person, or you institute, in the American case, an impeachment. But where those two procedures fail, what you do is to do what? You wait for the person in the next general election and throw the person out. So,
sorry, Chim, I gave that answer now.
You didn't give that answer. No, you didn't.
I did. No, I did. I did.
Okay, Loco, okay, apologies if you did and I didn't hear you. But the point I'm trying to make is this. See, where I was going was this. Listen, I know when I bash Nigerians, but my question is, can we effectively bash Nigerians and say Nigerians are not holding the electoral officers accountable when the elections are being rigged? No, you can't say that. We all saw the hype and the intensity people brought into the last election. People wanted to vote, and their votes were stolen. That's the point I'm making. So in that instance, you have to cut them some slack to say, as gullible as they may be in other issues, but when it came to, because there was electoral reform, there was a hype, people got invested, people went out to vote, and then you stole the election somehow. So I think, when we keep saying Nigerians don't hold their electoral personnel or their leaders accountable, I don't exactly buy that. I just simply think that, yes, there might be other things the Nigerian citizen is guilty of, but it's not guilty of not holding. What we're doing here is holding them accountable. In the UK, like 2-3 months or 4 months or thereabout, the government of Sheikh, or whatever his name is, they changed the website something. You guys all saw it. And what was changed? Some dot or something. And they paid some outrageous amount of money. Didn't you hold them accountable? Wasn't it brought up on BBC and Co? Didn't you force the person who do that to either resign or to come and explain himself? It was done. But in Nigeria, when these things are done, people get shut down.
But Chim, so let me ask you one question. Yes,
Probably will come to you after he speaks. Go ahead.
So let me ask you one question. People will always use Opus Odima as an excuse. I know many people want to say that. No, Opus Odima came first. Look, let me tell you the truth. If the spirits, the zeal, the seriousness that they used in coming out, marching on the street for Nnamdi Kanu, if they use that same spirit to back their election, after each election they do we die here today. If we see any INEC officer that want to try and do whatever, today we die here today. You understand? If that same spirit now, because if they want to say maybe for Nnamdi Kanu, they are not backed by the government, so they are either here, maybe they might be death with the military or whatever. But if they use that same spirit, genuinely say, look, this is our election, we back it, follow it to the latter. Let INEC try rubbish here. We'll kill ourselves here today. You think INEC, on the other hand, was like, nothing will happen. Let's put opposition whatever. They will think twice.
Look, I don't want to belabor the issue. There is a lot involved. There is the electoral personnel involved, or electoral INEC, as you call them.
That's what I'm talking about INEC now.
But there's also security. People went out to vote, and the security personnel could not defend them. We saw somebody almost lose her eye trying to vote in Nigeria. That's the point I'm making. When the elite and desperate politicians subvert the system and get away with it, you can't necessarily blame the people all the time for that. That's the point. Listen, you had an election in New York. What's his name? Trump did not necessarily like the fellow who won the election. Well, he couldn't subvert it in any form. I keep making this case here. He could not subvert that election. He couldn't. So let's leave that. Mr. Pogolo has accused me of not bringing him into the conversation. Ovie, the floor is yours now. But I hope next time, if you have any situation you're a panelist, you will deal with it here in the panel. You will not be going to popular side to go and be...
It's a backstabber. It's a backstabber. It's a backstabber.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, there are three ways to check power, right? If you are in an inner circle, you do the backstage. If you are not an inner circle, you come out publicly. If you know work, you raise hell, right? So, I mean, there's a lot of things has been said from everywhere. So I don't know. That's why I was confused in the beginning what you asked me. But on the issue of how do we get our electorate accountable? I think again with the over theorize things, we see they allow our education, take precedence. They say politics is local. Started from Obasanjo time, when Obasanjo, in fact, literally them beg people to come take office. They go into university, they ask people to resign for their jobs, they were looking for people, they went abroad to bring them. From that first election, the next one, 2023, the politicians on ground, the locals, they vow, if you no work, you no go chop. If you don't be there on ground, actively involved, they no go agree. May them give you any position again. So it was pretty much a gentleman agreement. So why am I saying this? Politics, election, a practical activity is physical. However, we theorize for laboratory classroom. If we don't get involved, we don't have active participation, it no go work. That's why if they pay attention, even the Americans, where they go say Elon Musk put 250 million, he put it on ground to actually for people to they walk door to door to remind them this is what is at stake. What I believe we should be doing at this point is to adopt what I call the neighbors rule. The presidency now multi-billion dollars investment is above an average person. Focus on your locality. The neighbors rule is that don't vote for your councillor who doesn't live in your ward. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, but Okwebolo, hold on. I hear you. I'm just a little pushback. I understand the principle of what you're pushing for, and I agree. Are there no American members of the House or Senate who represent certain, in Canada we call it riding, certain constituencies or I don't know what you guys call them, help me, that don't live in those places? I can mention two.
That's what I'm wait now. That's why I started by saying politics is local. You understand? American don't mature reach that level. But that's even a different case. I will even get to that. So when I say start from the local level, your councillor first. I am not, you don't be saying I come from there. You don't live there. Why would go vote for person when they live with us and it's supposed to be a local person?
But that's what I'm saying. There are people who come from there but don't live there, and they are representing certain localities.
That's what I'm saying we should change. I say going forward, that is the gospel we should be preaching to our people. Because if they live with us as a councillor, you go answer question tire now. If you close for office, you will come deal with us. If you want to drink beer, we see you. If you want, we know you. It is not enough that I am from this place. We know you are from there. Do you live with us? Do you bear the consequences of your action on our behalf? No, you don't. So from there, it is very hard for you to hold that kind of person responsible. That means you don't even know how they come in.
In other words, all the people who are leading Nigeria live in Lagos and Abuja and only go back to those places to contest election. Then
you are there to serve the people. Not be them you won't serve. What is your job in the first place? It's to serve the people. That's your job. Now they won't give you job. They want to employ you. Are seeking for employment. See, we get caught up in the presidential politics. We forget what it really means. Now you they look for a job now. We are not asking you not to come and contest. I am only telling the voters, my village people, for as a local government councillor, if you know they live there, I don't care if you live in, no, if he doesn't live with every day, when you wake up, you know, say, now this may share, you go buy tea from. Now here in the fresh water, now here you know him. Don't vote for that person. It's as simple as that. Right? The same thing, even as senator or those that will leave your villages to go represent you in Abuja, if they don't have family living in your locality, if you cannot drive 10 minutes to that place, I'm not saying he's not qualified to contest. Don't vote for that person. If the road where they fly on, your senator, your minister, any member of their family, directly are not flying that road, don't vote. I'm not saying the person is not qualified to contest. You can. Just don't vote for that person. Because just because I am from there, you don't know who is sponsoring me. At the end of the day, you're not going to see me. So you cannot hold that. But if you live with me, if you live in our locality, it is very easy for me to mobilize people against or for you. So let's take it literally. Politics is local. There's a reason they have ward, stay all those levels. Let's start from there. You cannot hold anybody. You don't have what it takes to hold the president accountable. That's a fact. Anywhere, you don't have what it takes, unless you are a billionaire. And the way you did, you still have to mobilize people against the president. So if we miss that first step. Politics is local. There's no two way about it for every sense of the word. Somebody who is coming to campaign on behalf of somebody that is running for president, ask who be this person. If you campaign, you go leave us. So all these things are, I mean, these are the basics. I'm not. I said that's the thing we should start teaching our local people. It takes time because if I can't spend money, you know, feel home me. I will do everything to protect my interests. I'm a human. Now you are using Trump as an example that enough is survived New York election. That's a Democrat state. Again, politics is local. There's nothing he could do. Now there won't be that. If all your village now Labour Party, how they want a rigam, you know the people where they there. So again, it involves work. It involves work. If we there in diaspora, we are not on ground to do all these things. That's where our resources come into play. But there's no two-way about election. Doesn't matter the technology that is available today. People see how to do the groundwork. Obama did it. Trump is doing it. He has to. There's no way. Even the Tinubu of Almighty, they spend the money to underground. That is because he knows it not just. I mean, how many people vote for around 15, 20 million people. And that is because they exempt the village people where the vote they who don't understand this is that we are talking about. It is very easy to say, no place to them we come up because say my vote no go count. Now waiting that they tell them for school be that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. I hear you, and you're entitled to those views. Like I keep saying, and I repeatedly repeat, on this show, the whole idea is express your views. No view is going to be shut down. Anybody expecting a view to be shut down, the only time we will take the mic away from you is if you begin to make it personal. Let people express themselves. You're allowed to push back. You're allowed to disagree with them. Forefathers, you had something to say before I go to Revolutionary and Mr. Ike. The floor is yours for 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you for that. Like when I did the numbers, based on even his own numbers, Nigeria would have needed 600 and something thousand soldiers, which is almost 3 times what we have now. And if you take into account the reservists that they actually pay for, Germany has almost 1 million. They pay them to be reservists, by the way. The idea that they are just sitting there doing nothing is ridiculous. And they have almost 1 million at the ready to go. And this is our problem. We do everything not to defend our people. And then when it comes to contribution, we come here, start crying, start feeling injustice. It's not going to solve anything. All that crying, how is that going to protect those people out there? They tell you to put security forces around them. If they hear you fighting against me, what would they think? If you were the one that was being massacred and everything, and some other person is saying, get security officers over there to protect them, and you are sitting here saying, no, you don't need that. You just need this in the drones and all the rest. And even the countries that have the drones have more people. Do you know one thing that is better than 1 drone? 2 drones. The another thing that is better than 2 drones, 3 drones. The more, the better. Always the better. And if you don't have drones, you have people, use them. And in the case of Hiroshima, the Hiroshima bomb, the yield was 15,000 tons.
Sorry. What if you have 1 drone and you don't have a good battery to run the drone? Then you use people. You use people. You leave drone. It's not by force. You do what you can. If you have to use your teeth to protect your people, you protect your people with whatever you've got. Is that complicated? Which is technology.
That is all I'm asking for.
Ammunitions and more gadgets. Not necessarily numbers.
Forefathers, can I ask you?
Oh my God!
This is in numbers.
Hold on. Forefathers, hold on. Local P. Forefathers, the general that lost his life. You don't believe it was a sabotage. You believe it was because the insurgents created chaos scattered them, and then they discovered one man and killed them.
I don't know. How can I know that?
Yeah, hold on. Do you notice, or did you read, or are you aware that the communication the general was having with his own forces to rescue him was leaked out to the insurgents? That's why they were able to identify where he was to go and get him. Did you know that?
It is possible.
Chim, please. I listened to what's this man? A top NMPP member. What's this? Trying to remember his name now. Uba Galadima on television, and he was saying that a journalist interviewed the guy who killed the general, and he asked him, "How did you locate where the general is, and why did you kill him?" He said he has a device that will give a geolocation of where the Nigerian troops are, anywhere within the Sambisa region.
It's called triangulation.
Thank you very much for that information. I intentionally, you know why I'm bringing this out is this, so that you know that when people come here and say that, listen, Femi is not saying that we don't need foot soldiers.
I told him.
Nobody's saying that. Nobody's even saying that. Nobody's saying that.
But the question again, back to accountability. Those foot soldiers, are you providing them with the necessary weapons, technology, and all that? You're not even providing those things for them. So you are endangering them. Why do you need them?
They're even stealing their money at the top. No, be Nigeria.
Okay, I'm confused now. If you had problem,
you better be confused because you don't know what to do.
No, I want to have a civil conversation. So please, Papa, tell us where you're confused about. Please, I want to hear you.
If you are confused, if you are concerned about conditions, why go into numbers?
You're the one going into
that is confusing.
Numbers.
You're fighting the numbers.
No, because if you didn't have issues with the numbers, then why raise it?
I have issues with the fact that you're looking at one thing and thinking that that's all, and
that's the only solution.
No,
that's the problem.
Nobody ever said that. If you had just said that, then you should have highlighted the area you are concerned about. Don't dispute the number issues.
No, but you keep saying it as if everybody else is wrong. That's my problem.
Then you should have just. You are trying to say we don't need the number. That's why you're quoting a lesser number for Germany. I see this is madness. I don't want to be engaging. Let me just address the clear one, because I know our people are caught up in their.
Let's tone that down. And if it means going on,
it makes it look like every other person is saying rubbish now. You can't. You're not the only one with the solution, man.
See, do you know what?
Hold on, forefather, say answer once.
KJ, hold on. Can we take let's take a break. Let's take a break. Let's take a break. When we come back from that break,
let's take a smoke break.
I don't come back, but I won't give people a chance for backstage.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah. Before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, so we're back here, but the whole idea is click, like, subscribe to the channel. And if you want to support the channel, please feel free. The channel will be very pleased to receive your whatever little you can offer. So, forefathers, back to the conversation. I want us to have a civil conversation, and then KJ, you can come in later on. We're not saying Nigeria, nobody here is saying we should not recruit into the army. What we're saying is we can chew gum and run at the same time. We can get the numbers and then empower the soldiers and also get technology at the same time. There are people in the American army who are not foot soldiers, but they're in the technology army. Those who control those drones you see. There are people in the command system flying them, monitoring them, getting faces of people they need to, like all these our terrorists. These guys are well prepared. They are more armed.
Majority of the guys that make up the Space Force, check their background.
Chim, can I chip in something about this technology thing? You know, there are. If Nigeria is serious about dealing with insurgency, which is now multifaceted, you know, it has mutated, but it can avail itself of this U.S. intervention, assistance from U.S. One, in my opinion, these are the various things that, you know, can be done, you know, to decimate to a large extent this threat that we're having. One, you target the sponsors and the financiers, you know, sanction them, deny them visas. You use technology. Now, there are satellite-based systems that you can use, you know, beyond the normal backbone that we use. There are satellite-based systems that will go above, you know, that you cannot track, that you cannot demobilize. Okay, that are well encrypted. You can use drones. We talked about it. You can use robotics. I mean, it's being used today. You know, in the war front, you can deploy jamming systems, AI.
Tony,
you can target phones.
Let me have this.
You can use gas-based devices.
Tony,
all these things will help you to determine coordinates and geolocation, so that you don't expose your military, you know, as much as we are doing here. Sorry, Femi, go ahead.
There's a system. Go check it. Again, I'm not making these things up. There are things I follow. There's a system called digital addressing system that they use in Ethiopia. Just go read about it. Ethiopia.
Yeah, I know about
and then, of course, you can target accounts and investments. When you do all these things, you will substantially will have broken the backbone of insurgency in Nigeria. And then you can now find a way of dealing with the splinter group, because as you are dealing with them, some of them are going to melt away, you know, into the population. So you can now pick those ones one by one. But if you decimate the major backbone, you know, then, you know, it won't take time before all the other this thing will fizzle out. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, let me just add my voice also. Father, see, I keep saying something. The countries you have called, our spending power is not the same thing with theirs. They have more money, they have more technology, they have more people who are in the same, you know, like NATO. They have more friends who can supply them arms and ammunition. That's one. So if we want to equate our spending vis-a-vis number of soldiers we have, it will never match because we don't have that kind of money. Secondly, we are not, and I repeat again, the Nigerian government is not interested in ending the insurgency. Even the army without any technology, if given the right order, because did you see the food they were giving the army people some time ago to training online? You know, 30 people, if a month supply for 9 people. You know, it's just the Gary was in a black leather bag. You know, I don't want to go into that, but I'm saying that, you see, you can't even have a fighting force without motivation. If you don't motivate the people, they will not be able to act. Now, let me tell you one of the motivating factors that have faced the Nigerian army in the last 1 month. A 3-star general, which is a brigadier general, was gone down in a live TV, even though the army had first initially denied it. Now, this surfaced. And until, even as the wife came to cry out, his body have not been recovered. One, the flag was never flown on half marks. Two, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces didn't deem it fit to address the nation. Now, if you don't understand what we're talking about, the 3-star general is one of the first steps to the last 4 promotions in the army. After the 3-star general, you have the lieutenant general, you have the general, the major general. So you have the major general, you have the lieutenant general, then you have the general. Field marshal is not a rank in the army. So the rank of the army ends on general. So this guy is almost at the peak, almost at the top, the echelons of the armed forces. He commands a battalion, a troop. He commands a full battalion of people. He was gone down. Whether he was set up or not, the army never thought to mobilize and go to that direction. The army never thought to say, oh, look at what happened to our leadership. This is a shame on us. Let's even go and recover his body. Everybody just continued. Everything just went on. Now, when the general was gone down, we're not talking about his battalion that was with him on that that journey, that unfortunate journey. We're not talking about the ordinary ranks, the rank and men. So, which nation does things like that and have people who are patriotic? You think if I was a general, I would put my life in outside there? Nobody will do that, because life, you don't. The Igbos used to say life no get duplicate. If life doesn't have duplicate, once it's gone, it's gone. So you do the most you can to protect your own, but not at the expense. If he was fighting and was killing it, a different thing. You are adapted by some miscreants, and they do that to you on a public TV, and the nation that you are serving, you died for, you pay the ultimate price, didn't consider you fit to look for even your remains, to go to your wife, because nobody has even spoken to the wife and say, this is what happened. How about forefather? Let's face the fact now. Right. We're not sure we want to do anything, about whatever is going on in Nigeria. Okay? And I want to say, hold on, this is my last point, I'll go away. Listen, we know that there are technology other countries are using. America have used it. Many more people are using it. Okay? Rotimi Amechi used it. I said that some days ago. He used it against the Niger Delta militant before even the amnesty this was during his time in government. He used it. It lights up the sky at night. You can't hide. It dictates it. In fact, once you have breath, you have blood, green, yellow, red blood flowing in you. It dictates you. No matter where you put yourself, it dictates you. And even now, the Americans have even made it, even advanced it. Even if you are underground, it dictates where you are. Once there's life in that place, it dictates you. So we are playing kids, let me tell you something, and this is my personal opinion, I think the system has already decided that this is the time to dip the Quran in the Niger, in the sea. And that's what it's going for. So let everybody prepare. Just like I am in the same position with Asa Abuja. I mean, the guy who came out to say, this is our position. I stand with him on that. Because I cannot be staying in my house. You come and carry my head and make pepper soup with it. I will not allow that. Thank you.
We're running out of time. Thank you. Again, please, people liked the show and we had 22 likes. Suddenly now it's 4. Is it that people went and unliked what they liked? So please, if you have liked before, don't like again. And those who have double liked, go and like it back and get back your like. Who's next? I think Loco P.
Wow, Chim, you are really outdoing yourself today.
How?
So you wouldn't even allow me to speak.
What are you talking about, forefathers?
Not I didn't even get a chance to respond. They completely interrupted me. But if
I
you think that is right,
no, hold on. Let me address something. That's not true. You have spoken more than anybody. Everything time
I have.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, you have spoken more than me.
I have given you a ground to speak a lot today. I have.
So if I provide evidence that you gave me 2 minutes to speak, I barely spoke, they stopped me from speaking, and now you want to carry on. Don't worry, I will start another show and I will have my say. If you want to run your show your own way, and I'll provide evidence for what you've done. If you want to leave it like that, because if it was me, I don't take this personal. I know you have animals, but I don't take this personal. You should be fair.
Forefathers, hold on. Number one, people have been calling for me.
Hold on. I will provide evidence. I'm not going to say stop. I will provide evidence.
Please, hold on. I'm sure you are reading the comment section.
They don't like me. They even on my own show, they don't like me. That's not true.
So why?
Hold on. I typically don't.
Chim, please. Loco, let me tell you one thing. Amen.
Loco, hold on. I have shut it down several by saying everybody's entitled to their views. Every time you and Femi spat, I let you respond. Same thing with Tony, I let you respond. Somebody else sparred with you, I let you respond. I only asked you to let me allow others who had just come in and hadn't spoken to speak. But you have spoken, you've spoken more than anybody on this show today. You have. You've responded.
Oh my God.
So, Lokopi, go ahead and I will come back to
When
forefathers.
everybody's addressing
No,
one
I just
person,
want
it's
to say,
okay.
forefathers, hold on. Sometimes pretend to seem mature. Just pretend. Just pretend sometimes. Because I'll tell you what you do for them. It's simple. No, joke apart. Because sometimes, if my guy, it will pay me for you if you come this way, like, man, what my guy do like this? You understand? They pay me sometimes. Because the truth is simple. Look, you can't be. It's not possible. If you say, okay, no, you are always attacked. Okay, nobody know you here. Everybody cannot just. We not chop. We don't have a coven. The meet where we meet to say, okay, Papa is his target today, and it's not even today. Every time the church on, they are all holding meeting, attacking you. All of us here on the panel holding meeting, attacking you. You don't want smoking go one day like my head really correct. So what is happening? Why are they attacking me? Or is it the way I'm thinking? Sometimes just try hold yourself responsible to like not be so you agree at fault to, but hold yourself responsible. Think, evaluate the process. How, why, every time, why? Just sometimes, I swear, you will chance maybe you will see different, you will see light in different directions sometimes.
I'm telling
Because
you,
it
you
can't
reason
be
differently.
no, it can't be week in, week out. Then they attack you. You understand? And you're only holding this position
not waste
when
time
you
on
know
that.
the host. If you the host, I don't say by now you don't keep many people asking over here. If you the host, but you the only the hold this position when you know the host. Now you feel the pain when you the host, which you do some people at times. Go ahead.
I still get Doobie here.
Forefathers, go ahead.
Just take a hit.
See, it's a fact. You see, the problem with our people is that they struggle with facts and they fight against it, and they pretend as if they want solution, but they don't really. And yes, you attack me. I don't care. Because what I'm talking about is more important. And if I was so wrong, time will prove who is correct. And if anything, the chain of events is already proving me correct. Everything I predicted is going to likely to happen. Many of you were thinking that we didn't have a security threat or no nation will ever threaten to attack us. Guess what? That changed.
So if we recruit more people, they're not protecting us.
Point is that you want to be ready, but it's okay. Let me leave that one. About the nuclear weapons that I talked about in terms of 70,000, six times. I actually said 4 times Hiroshima nuclear weapons. It was actually 6 that the university that released that information quoted, that they had 6 equivalent Hiroshima bombs in Gaza. That is completely fenced. The criminals cannot escape. They are underground and they are coming out fighting, killing Israeli soldiers for straight 2 years. And Israelis have the best weapons America can give them. And they couldn't. Hamas is still standing to today. And some people are somehow so delusional to think that Trump will be able to do it in Nigeria. But this is the thing with our people. You tell them truth, the church would attack you. I don't know what is wrong with our people. God help us all. I really don't know. Why are you attacking me? Like when Chim just said just now, oh, we are not against the numbers. We are just about the conditions and everything. And you know what I would say? Oh, fine. Period. Move on. Why is that somebody, you have to tear the person down? I don't get it. If somebody tells you that you need numbers and you agree with it, why argue with them? Just accept it and move on. So that you can now go on. Then you talk about the lower tier problems like conditions and remunerations for then we'll talk about those things. But why dispute the numbers when just because you feel like I'm the person to talk about it, you have to tear me down? What is the point? How does that help our people? If you say something that I agree with right now, I will agree with it so fast that it's not even noticed. That is the problem with you guys. But it's okay.
All right, forefathers, thank you very much for that. I think we need to move on to something. Time is running out. I do not want to run a show that runs way beyond the 3-hour mark. And this will bring us to the last video I have. We chime in on it and then we call it a day. Just give me a second.
Right now, happening in Zaria. Today is 26. Yeah. A commercial trailer passing through Zaria around Ahmadu Bello University, loaded with bullets, on his way to supply to the bandits. For one reason or the other, there is along Zaria Sokoto Highway. Today, now,
the bullet was dropping.
The bullets were dropping and on the road. The driver did not know. And was still going, and the bullets were dropping. I hope he has been apprehended. So I use this opportunity to call on the Commissioner of Police in Kaduna State to quickly send a team to go and escort the trailer loaded with bullets. Bullets are dropping on the road. The people are crying. I think we should stop further discussion on this matter and go into the prayers, because there is a lot of work to be done. So, there's no need to, whatever you are going to say, Senator Plank, these bullets that are dropping on the ground, we need to make a resolution on this now, before the bullets find their way into the hands of the bandits. Are you going to say the bullets should not be? Okay, just say something now, because I don't want anybody to feel that it was shot out. Let's just use 30 seconds and say what you want to say, because these issues are too serious, and security really should not be discussed in the open like this. Yes, sir. But because of the peculiar circumstance that we have found ourselves, look at it's here. Yes, sir.
President of the Senate,
get the IG and send it to him, and then let him.
President of the Senate, my distinguished colleagues.
No protocol. Just
yes,
say
sir.
what. Say something.
Yes, sir.
All right, so I intentionally played that because you see, sometimes when we come here, I've listened to people think that we want to run down Nigeria. This is which same nation do you see bandits, if it's not cows, running through the streets of Nigeria without control? It is bandits carrying their weapons freely in the face. They are rubbing it in our faces to say, you can do nothing. If those bullets were not dropping and somebody picked them up, and then that truck would have just go and deliver what it was supposed to deliver, and then you'll be wondering where these bandits get their weaponry from. So again, these are the situations our forces are dealing with. Nigerian military boys, those of them who are patriotic, are doing very well. We must give kudos to those who are doing their jobs. However, it is demoralizing. Even if it was not a military situation, I want you to think of a situation where you work in a private environment, you're doing your job, and there's a leak of the information. You're working on a project. I mean, I worked in telecom. When we want to launch a project, it's just a few people who stay together, launch a project, and launch it so that the competition does not know about it. But imagine you're in product development, you're working on a project, and then suddenly your computer gets a wind of what you're doing and they launch the project before you. It's very demoralizing. That's the kind of situation our soldiers find themselves in. So with that being said, maybe I'll start from Tony and then we'll go back up to forefathers. Tony, please.
What else do you want me to say? Chim.
Just a good night.
Let me just yield my space to Pueblo. I'm trying to put something together. So if you can give me back my time, I'm trying to put something together that I want to share with the platform, if you don't mind.
All right, Loco P, go ahead. We'll come back.
Chim, I have 2 hours deposit. Yeah, where?
The only thing is, nice one. That it was brought to their attention, but my problem is their reaction. That was my problem. That is the way they reacted. It's like it's just a casual thing, like, oh, light bulb is not working in the senator's office, and let's go and change it, because if not, or there's electric spark, the socket, one of the sockets is sparking. Let's go and change it. That is how they took it, because a very good day. Look, even his dominion in his face. Is happening in our country? Oh, let's say let's go and ask them so that they will go. Like, this has been what is ravaging your country. Your people are getting to extinction, and now you are not hearing that there's a trailer, not even taxi or keke, maybe one container trailer, if minimum 6 ton or 8 ton trailer, you understand, taking bullets, so then you can't overfull. Now it's not, you can't throw for road. That means the country is finished, and they're sitting down there saying no. Okay, let's not discuss this matter. Okay, prayers, this and that. Like, if they are supposed to deliberate on that issue, like send as an immediate alert to the country and ask all the security personnel, head of security personnel, to come to the nearest meeting the next 24 hours. That was what I'm supposed to hear. But it's just about, okay, yeah, security matters is not what you're supposed to be discussing in the public. That is when it comes to tactics. You can discuss tactics or plans or whatever. But when it comes to like putting out a word for all these security chiefs to come the next day, in fact, that night for emergency meeting, that's what we're supposed to hear. So we know that yes, these guys are taking us serious. But you're saying, okay, hope the bullets did not get to where they are. Okay, we should send security to go and follow the truck. To where? That's are you to tell them what to do? They know what to do if they know their job. But because of the state of emergency, call for emergency meeting this night now. Because now we've seen only one truck. How many trucks must have gone to that place? How many are still coming? We're almost seeing one. Bullet away for road. That means SS, they are ready for us. So it's a state of emergency. You're supposed to call for emergency meeting immediately. But your demeanor, the way you're even taking it, sounding, you're just talking as if now one socket, now the bomb for your office. Like Nigeria shouldn't worry, okay, don't worry. Security should go and meet them, and that's it. And you are talking about prayers. Prayers for what? Prayers for the same security issue, for the same security situation. No, prayer for something else. Like,
okay,
you guys are just seeking me to my
stomach.
Right.
Okay, Tony, back to you. Go ahead.
Yes, what I was trying to check is the claim by forefathers, because it's good for us to learn about the tonnage of the bomb that was dropped in Gaza. He said it's 6 times the size of the bomb that was dropped in Hiroshima. That's a statement that is credited to a professor from University of Bradford, from what I find, and the evidence here is that there is no estimate that while the 6 Hiroshima bomb estimate is not universally confirmed. I just took that. It's not, Google is saying that is not confirmed. There is no evidence to substantiate that claim, even though there's evidence that there was devastation in Gaza. But that claim cannot be substantiated. I just wanted to put that. But back to the question that you asked about the video you played, that we saw the Senate president. You see, this is just one aspect. The only reason why we saw this is because there were droppings as the vehicle was moving. Can you imagine, or maybe other similar incidents that the police and our security are unable to capture? There's so many. The borders are porous. Light arms are coming in, from the Sahel into the country. There's no check. So the other time we heard about shipload of some arms coming in from the south side, from Port Harcourt or something like that in a ship. These are the borders are unpoliced. Over 9,000, kilometers. So many routes that are not policed. So the problem really is that the intel, the level of intel and the utilization of intel that we have is very, very poor, because sometimes intel is given, but if the person who is bringing in this stuff is a big man from Oga at the top, they let it pass. We have had situations where custom officers were dismissed or sanctioned because they held certain consignments that were coming into the country. So it's the situation in the country is such that unless we're able to begin to take on some of these sponsors, when I say take on, I don't want to be vulgar or nasty here. If you take them on, because we know them. Why is the government unable to release the names of these people? They know them. They have consistently said. Jonathan said it. This government has said it. We know those people. There are governments that are willing to give us, or if they have not already given names, but the government does not have the political will to be able to release these names. They can't. And we have instances where people have spoken, have pointed fingers at A, B, C, D, and their lives are threatened. Some of them killed. So we know these things. If we really want to deal with insurgency, You have to have a government that is determined, not the president that is afraid to die. You have to have, a government that is determined to, because this thing is affecting everybody, even themselves. Unless we have a government that is ready and prepared to deal with this thing, it's going to be a lose-lose for everybody. Let me stop there.
All right, thank you very much. So I guess you're advocating that we have a BB kind of in Nigeria, because if we have it now, then suddenly some people will start screaming that the person is also going out of bounds. But I'll leave that for Femi to interject. Femi, go ahead.
So I will take it from where Mr. Tony stopped at, and something as well that comes to mind while saying this, Mr. KG mentioned as well. But in doing so, I want to let forefathers know that we do agree on some things when topics come up. It doesn't mean that we're always going to agree. That's the way I rule. I don't say what I'm not convinced about. I'm not trying to be friends with anybody. You understand? And that's the beauty of this. But to think that there's just one solution and every other person is wrong, that's something, even at my job, they know me. And I train people as well. And there's times when I go back, even there's a guy I'm going to be training this evening. There's times I go back. Trust me, it's not fun when you realize you're wrong, but it's also a good thing if you can go back. I'm not saying it's wrong though. There's times I go back to check myself, and I go back and I tell the person, man, I messed up. Something I told you yesterday was wrong, and I correct it, because otherwise I'm jeopardizing the person and myself, my reputation as well when it comes to that thing. So I just wanted to clear that with forefathers, right? Now, and even if you do your this show, I'll still come. So don't worry, I'll come. Now, that said, now that I cleared that, I still want to emphasize something. Now picking back to what Mr. Tony said, that even when you look at the fact that you have open borders and then you're fighting on all fronts. You have the issue of terrorism, you have the issue of kidnapping, you have the issue of banditry, you have the issue of even cultism, you have all kind of issues already on top of what we had previously. But now it's no longer even armed robbery. I don't think anybody is even bothered about armed robbery anymore because we have greater problems. I don't think too many people are bothered about Yahoo or maybe other social vices as well. You also have a despondent nation generally. We're already divided anyway, Now, that said, it's like we're just building on already bad structures, bad foundations, so that when you now have the fact, like you rightly said previously, that even if we had one, is it a country where lower ranks are complaining about how monies that are due to them are not being paid? They are not even motivated. Is it that country you want to add more people to? And plus, of course, there's always a saying that you want to start with low-hanging fruits. See, I have a lot of equipments that are not even expensive that would count for what could be deployed to what's it called? To all of this, for surveillance. I have a lot of, but I'm just trying to limit it. In fact, DIC, KJ, DIC in Kaduna. I promise you, a lot of the guys, some of the best brains, they've left. They're tired. DIC had a reputation before I was born, even doing when I was born, where they were manufacturing things. I saw it. It's not like I wasn't told. So there are things we can do, even when you link it up with the likes of what Dr. Damages has mentioned in the past about how things are wasting away in our educational facilities. But and I'm not blaming just this government. It's just when you look back and you look at the issue of how we got here, because we didn't just get here one day. It's been building up on top of each other. So the longer angry fruits for me would have been, if they were going to listen and if they were actually interested in doing anything, would have been, among other things, trying to at least incorporate as much technology. I don't want to put too much, I don't want to keep emphasizing on this technology, but it's not just, and then there's intelligence, which this technology will help with. There's a lot of things out there that are easier to do with technology. Is it all those on that almost how many percent of the nuts that is not covered that you want to cover with men? Where are you going to find the men? It's just because we're not serious. And then on top of that, there's also the case of sabotage. There's a lot going on, and we're just unserious. Just look at that video that you said in summary. It tells you all you need to know. So it is only when these guys are scared, it looks like it's getting closer to home. It looks like they really want to do something. I rest my case.
Okay, thank you, Femi. Concerns, are you there?
I'm here.
Go ahead.
You see, I like to hit the nail, hit the hammer on the nail. I don't like going like this. The country has failed. What is the responsibility of the government? Is the citizens, to take care of the citizens. But what we are seeing today, the president and the wife and all the cabinet members cannot take care of the citizens. The security have failed. The president is head of the security apparatus. But today, he's not doing anything. He's only interested in how they can make election on 2027 and he comes back to power. If the country wants to be good, now, the citizens have to protest and see that this man is out. If this man goes out, even another Yoruba man comes in, fine. Who can have and again, not only this man itself, the that party is a cost to Nigeria. You see that APC took all the whole criminals in Nigeria that are there in that APC. Both the Igbo people, any Igbo man you see in APC is a big criminal. Any South you see in the APC is a big criminal. Any Yoruba man you see there is a big criminal. Fulani is the same thing. A president is only the wife and I think two Nigeria was there at that time. I called the wife. He knows what I called the wife. Because last 2 years or last 3 years, I saw in the National Assembly when the wife was a senator. Who is that? That guy from Kogi State was a senator before. He was talking about this insecurity. What did Tinubu's wife say? Hey, stop! Don't you know that you're APC man? Are you PDP? Don't know. Are you PDP? You APC? Why should you talk about that? Can you imagine a mother? Somebody who says it's a pastor. People are dying, and this man is talking about it. Instead of supporting the man, you say he must stop talking about it because those people that are dying, you don't care about them. What you care is how your husband can become president. What you care is about APC cannot to rule. You see, so smarter than me. I don't know. People should know smarter than me. Yeah, smarter than me was hammering it on the national. Say people are dying. What is Buhari doing? This, that. What do we do? That woman say, stop. What woman touch? Are you not APC? Are you not PDP? Can you imagine a whole mother? Somebody who call himself a mother. People, instead of talking about how people can be saved, your only ambition is how to become the mother of the wife of a president. So that is when I hate that. That's when my hatred about that one came up. You see, today, and again, the South, I pity for all of us who are coming from the South. The way we are handling this thing, it will consume us. If I say now, people say, do I want people to go to war? But that is what's supposed to end this thing. Central African Republic rose up against the Fulanis when they came there. They rose up against them. The same system we have in is what the Fulanis came and they start installing all their people, everything. But the Central African Republic people, they rose up against them. And today, they're getting their say better. So like what we are doing today, it cannot help us. We are not going anywhere. Everything is about the Fulanis. Everything is about the Fulanis. They're in control of that military apparatus. They're in control. Tinubu also doesn't want to offend them. He wants 2027. He wants to return as a president. He doesn't care about who dies and who doesn't die. His children are protected. His wife is protected. Himself is protected. Others can die. Others can go to hell. He doesn't care. The people in the assembly, those people think they are protected, but they will also smell the distance very soon because these people are coming for them. So in everything we are doing here, either the Yorubas rose up and say enough is enough. Because if the Yorubas stand up today to protest against Tribu will not, he will not go against them. He will not. If they don't want to do that, let the whole country stand up against these Fulanis. But it's very, very shameful that a common Fulanis are holding us to ransom. Very, very shameful. Honestly speaking, it doesn't show us that we the South or we are really people. A small group holding us to ransom, killing everywhere, going everywhere, killing, going everywhere, killing. You go to Benin, Fulani, go to Enugu. Yesterday, they kidnapped some people in Enugu, in Kogi, in every road, even in Asaba, everywhere. It's Fulani, 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 Fulani. And we just keep like we are not concerned, or we are dead, or we are not human beings. How can a small group of people destroying us, destroying the country? How much have we invested in this security for how many years now? How many years that the country, this ransom we are paying, even the name our name is being destroyed everywhere in the world. Nigeria is a terrorist place. Nigeria is people have been. Oh my God! So I don't know. Nigeria is a first. I've said it. It's failed already. It's failed. Completely failed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Okpabolo, what's your view? We're rounding up, please.
Well, I think we because now we be media now. We don't begin to sound like CNN, BBC, and the rest. Because I think this is not they go on now for almost 20 years. So as a Nigerian, we should understand there are like three things at play at the same time. And I say would they sound like CNN because the international media or the mainstream narrative is like terrorism they happen. And that's true, that's a fact, but that's not the entire story. And that's why the thing will keep going on.
What's the story?
Because now, yeah, Boko Haram, right? The narrative is they reject Western education, they want their own caliphate and all that. But that's fine. Those ones exist. There is the Islamic State of West Africa, the ISWAP. Their own is that they want their own government, they want their own taxation, they want their own Sharia court. And that's also going on at the same time too. We also classify those ones as also terrorism. They carry out the act that you can also justify them to be terrorism organization. Then they are the Fulani militia, the bandits who want land, revenge, and money. Those are a group of people which Gumi they speak for, right? But for some kind of reason, we are be able to jam everybody together as a terrorist. So even if they kidnap anybody for anywhere.
Hold on, sorry. Then you continue. What are you suggesting? Are you saying that anybody who is using clandestine methods to ravage a population, take their land, shouldn't be termed a terrorist? Is that what you're suggesting?
Somebody where they do a kidnap a student for maybe Edo State or Enugu or Port Harcourt, maybe for some money or all that. How you will classify those ones as terrorists?
You tell me, no be terror act be that.
Now there's that's what I said. You can classify them like that. You are not wrong. But the danger of that is that with the empower the military chiefs, you can get in more money, which they are uncounted for. I'm classified because we have to put the country that we are speaking of into context. Everywhere now free for everybody. So expectation of everybody should be disciplined, everybody be moral and all that is off the window. That's not what we are talking about here. Now, so when we classify everything, every activities now as a terrorist move, what we are actually doing is to empower the military to get massive security budget, which is what has been happening for the past 20 years. Nobody is accounting for it. No auditing, no oversight. The soldiers.
Who was stopping the people in authority from carrying out their oversight functions and holding them accountable? I don't have a problem with voting money, but I have a problem with that is voted for and is not accounted for.
hold on now. Let me finish my point. Then you understand. I'm coming. I'm inducting three constituency here in this building. The military chiefs and the big boss are just the ones that are obvious. They are becoming richer, building estate and everything everywhere. That's a given. Then the political class who lives in Abuja, which is one you are talking about, and it's a classic example that the video you play, right? So they will classify law as an opportunity for them. It's like we are making an excuse for their failure of governance. When we declassify everything like that, because the issue of either farmer clash can be actually directly be connected to government failure. So that one you don't need gun blazing to actually take care of that. This is its classical example of the farmer that because of poverty, desert, the desertification, government. This is exactly what is happening under. So you cannot classify that solution under the same way we have managed with terrorism. That's a failure. That's an opportunity for the politician to just keep getting richer and keep making excuses for them. That's what I mean. Then the international, you also have interest. Their interest is what? Nobody say can't take out the resources now because people are finding it difficult to get that. They also say weapon. We don't produce AK-47. We don't produce bomb. We don't produce any all the technology that these terrorists, so-called terrorists, are using. We don't produce them. Who is producing them? Who is selling them? What do you think? Do you think that one will be happy they will actually stop their own business? So again, the way we frame the solution, it has to go hand in hand with the way the situation actually is. If you go interview people on ground, they will tell you their own reality is different. They will tell you there's a village that is occupied by Nigerian military. We don't talk about that because we don't talk to the local people. Their village is occupied. So all the time when people they come claim saying that Chinese people they come mine, fly, go. How did they do it successfully? Because military men are there guarding the whole place. The people who live there have been thrown apart. We classify those two as terrorism, but again, we are making when we make a narrative like that, we make the Nigerian military so bad and empower those who are doing two activities. That's why I say we actually treat the conversation like CNN and Al Jazeera and all those things, because that's what they saw. Everything are terrorism, everything are terrorists, everything are terrorists. Does that mean the terrorism is not happening? It is happening. That's why Donald Trump can easily brand one section of it Christian genocide, and again, it catch fire. So all these things, it's not just happening. Nobody say we just wake up in every day, begin to talk about that. No, it's been orchestrated. All of us we're there here now. If we say we will carry our phone, call our village people, right? Our one village, and come back here and have a conversation along waiting, they will tell us. It will have nothing to do with how this the terrorism that we are talking about. So everybody, if I go commit crime now, not somebody to come and say na terrorism, nobody will question that. Even when the girls they kidnap, nobody interview them. So when your Senate president tells them, "Make we go inside, go pray," it's because he's trying to give the media what to talk about, and again, leave out the substance, their own failure.
Okay.
So there's technicality to all these things with this headline when they push to us. So for us who are the victim in a way, we should keep our emotion aside and analyze it. That's why everybody now they see Gumi as a terrorist, right? But in real sense, he's not making case for everything that is happening there. If you indict him as a terrorist, you have to indict Obasanjo too. You have to indict all those people that actually followed him to where those Fulani herders and farmers actually lives. You understand? So there's a reason why they jam everything together like that. As every act na terrorist is a terrorist act. It's a big business.
Thank you very much. So I want to give the last two speakers time to air their views, and then we call it a day. KJ.
Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much, and for your patience also. I will just make a few comments, right? A lot of comment actually. I will start with where Ovie stopped. Ovie, I want to refuse with you. It is a genocide. I repeat myself, genocide going on. If you want to put it more accurately, it is a Christian genocide. Look at my face. The first story I did on that was far back as 2002, 202 in Nigeria. If you go to a community and in that community, you wipe out 501 persons in that same community, what do you call that? And then you go to the next one, you wipe out 300 people. What do you call it? Let's not play with these things. It's not semantics. These are human.
It's genocide. If they kidnap two people for Lagos,
so hold on. I didn't interrupt you now. Let me talk. No, it's my turn to talk. You have spoken. Let me speak. No,
I just want to ask you a question.
No.
If they kidnap people for Lagos, what do you call that? Terrorism too?
Ovia, let him finish. When he finishes, if we still have enough time, I will allow you to interrogate.
Listen.
No,
we are not talking about kidnapping people. There are many. Criminality can always take a different form because one set of people have started it. Other people who have criminal minds can lash in on that and do whatever they want to do and say it is that also. But this is not what we're talking about. We are talking about what has been going on for decades in northern Nigeria. And then you call Obasanjo should also be. Obasanjo was a president, and in the government is the only authority that has monopoly of violence. Consequently, if the government feels that a particular, just like they are doing now in the Southeast, they are violating everybody there, okay? And then what do we call it? We cannot say what they are doing is this thing. We can only complain. We can only shout out because they have authority of violence. And if we decide to respond in the order which they are doing, they call us, terrorists, or they call us agitators, separatists, and they have a reason to do whatever they are doing. But what I'm trying to say is let's not play down this, because when we say it's not, no, it is what it is. It is what it is. Some of us will not be saying this thing. If you were, for instance, like Reverend Dachomo, who sat down, they killed your grandmother, they removed her heart right before you, they took you to your uncle's house, they did. Will you be saying that? What kind of human beings are these people? If you know Jos very well, Jos used to be one of the coolest cities in Nigeria. Everybody goes to Jos for holidays. Jos has become a shadow of itself. Will you be saying that if you are those who are this thing that happened over the years? I did a story of Mama, what's her name now? Who lost everybody she had, apart from the old woman who's sitting there, Mama Hawa. Will you be saying that? Now, so let's not say these things. It is what it is. If we need to get help, if the government is not able to, let us get the help. Having said that, I want to also talk briefly about the nominees of the ambassadors. And like I said, I'm not surprised. You cannot put somebody who is criminally minded in a position and you not look for like minds like himself. If you read some of those Ladybird books those days, you find out that there's one character called Alibaba and the 40 Thieves. Okay, so Alibaba cannot be different from the 40 Thieves. They are friends, they move together. So if Omokri, who the Americans invariably have followed in the American news channels, have followed his activities in the last 2 weeks and are still following it, and decided to make him an ambassador, okay, over your country. I don't know whether are you going to send him to Europe or you send him to Benin Republic. Maybe you want to send him to the backyard of the DC, but not to any European country or America where people. I mean that's not even going to make. There's no dividends coming from such individuals. I can say that upfront. Okay. And the issue, I want to also briefly touch on the issue of Nnamdi Kanu. I like what Alex Oti have done, and he has earned my respect for that. To have taken the authority of Abia State to Sokoto prison. For those who have been celebrating and thinking that, no, this is what, no, we are still saying, we do not see Nnamdi Kanu as what the court has said to tell me whatever they've told him. It is not who he is. Nobody goes to visit the terrorist. And if the authority of our state can go there in his official capacity as governor of Abia State, I doff my cap for him. All right. Having said that, I'll move quickly. I like also You see, we have been saying this thing gradually. You know, we didn't want to say it openly, but people were. I like what Asawana they are doing now. I support them all. You know, because sometimes you see, if you don't bring out your abstinence also to play, your enemy will think you're a fool. Because you slap me on one side, on the other side doesn't mean I don't have hands. So now that thing we have been saying and crying, don't let this come, don't let this come. That thing that Nnamdi Kanu have been speaking since 2012, it has come to our doorsteps now. It is now here. So those who agree, those who don't agree, all of us go feel the pain. Okay? And the good thing is that Asawana have now seen clearly and they have now decided to step into the place. So it's going to be a fair fight. And I like that. So if they want to intensify effort just like they've done before America does whatever it wants to do, and they think that because of that they can use this time to overrun the cities in Nigeria, ain't gonna happen. And like I said the other day, somebody was misquoting me or saying that I said I can never be a Muslim. I have nothing against Muslims. I will never be a Muslim. I repeat it again. I have nothing against Muslims. I will not be a Muslim. I will never be a Muslim. Not in this world, not in this next world, not after the world after, not even when I come back 10 times. And I will continue to be Igbo. Okay? Right. On the change. Oh, hold on 1 minute before I finally finish. Okay, so it is time for us to have this national discourse, whether we want to be a country or not. You see, I keep saying this because if you're a lover of biography and history like myself, if you go through the development of nations, none of them went in this direction. None. You don't make laws and you implement it, haphazardly over the space of the country. You don't make more laws and make one set of citizens above the other ones. You apply everything equally. The countries will call, this is a great country, this country have done so, all those countries, the ones that forefathers are giving an example of the great people who worked Singapore and worked all this, none of those countries were their leaders applying the law differently. They were, because the people saw they were straight, the people were also called to be straight. If you put a man who is straight, people under him will be straight. When Peter Obi went to Anambra State, not all the people who he had just the last administration was from a very, I won't say corrupt, but a man who is not straight. But when he went there, everybody straightened up because he's not chopping. If your guy is not chopping, you cannot chop now. And if you see your guy chop, once you dip your hand to the cookie jar, every other person following you will also find how to benefit himself. This is why we're not moving forward. So let's get it straight. It's not because the Nigerian people cannot move forward. It's not because the system cannot work. The system has been killed not to work. Okay, and one person decided to write Nigerian constitution. Why are we not refusing to change it? I call his name here, Professor Yadudu. Okay, was the only single-handedly who was given the audition to write it. I took some other people with him. So today we are in a democracy, 100 years after which we are amalgamated. Why is that we are refusing to discuss the national question and allow other tribes that are not being nationally represented to come into the fore, and so that everybody can get the same equal treatment? So okay, I'll finish with this. 1 minute.
I'll give you 1 minute, like 2-3 times.
I beg. No, you're not going to reach 1 minute. Delaware here is one of the smallest states in America, but very powerful. It has produced presidents. Okay, that's where Biden comes from. It's a very small state. Okay, so in the way the American people have built their system is that the smaller people get even more authority than the bigger people. What is wrong with us? Are we not human beings? Can't we think? What's wrong with sitting there and talking?
KJ, let's try. I don't want us to go into.
Hold on, Chim. KJ, know this favor which Chim give you now. He allow you talk. When you reach your time to host, do the same. Yeah.
I'm surprised that you are talking like this. You look why.
Hold on. You see, Chim. If you just say I hit him now, you hit him. Let's say hit him below the bed. See, when they give you this paper now, you talk. You say, he allow you speak. You say, You say like four times. He allow you talk, and you can't finish. When it's your turn to host, do the same. That's just I'm asking.
All right. Let's. It was supposed to be after forefathers. I have.
Chim, give me 1 minute.
We're running out of time. How many seconds?
Minutes. Yeah. All right. First of all, the idea is no country start with law hazardly. Now, like the country that you live in today started like that.
Not until 1960, black people no fit vote. Not until 1980s, the women no fit vote. So right, no they quote waiting, no they accurate.
That is
What
different from
Christ
applying the law differently. That is
you
different.
said
We are
no
talking about
country
All right,
should
when you
guys.
sit
Okay,
in
guys.
a court.
hold on
I
now.
beg,
Make I
I beg,
speak now. Hold
No,
on
no,
Okwaku,
no. I'm
read
now.
not going to allow
moderators
two of you
speak.
to
You
do
read
this.
it.
Hold
Uh-huh.
on, hold on. Oh, who could have calm down? Please, forefathers.
Chim,
Your wife.
sorry, can I?
No, no,
Sorry, that's
you
not
have
what I wanted to
spoken.
respond to. That's not what I wanted to respond to. You just put
But
down.
you
I
use your
wanted to
time.
clarify, I wanted to clarify something. Sorry. 10 seconds. I wanted to clarify something.
You use your
If
time
if
wisely.
uh, if if you wake up tomorrow morning, you can't see headline. Dr. Damage's shows yesterday says I should treat every criminal out there as a terrorist. Would that not be a fact or not? That's how propaganda works. So when you classify Boko Haram, ISWAP, kidnappers together, the result you get is continuity. So I said there's a difference. I don't say genocide no happen. I'm just saying we are doing ourselves injustice by trying to apply one treatment to different injuries. They class everything as a terrorist. So now propaganda, that's how propaganda work. If you wake up tomorrow morning, they say Dr. Damage's show says every criminal on the street in Nigeria should be treated as a terrorist. You cannot deny that. But that is not the official statement of the platform. But it's a fact. That's how
But we
propaganda
say
works.
that. You are the one saying that.
Okay,
Now,
guys.
listen,
I need to.
I
need to move on. I need to move on.
Chim,
Forefathers.
Chim, please, I'm asking. At least everybody has spoken two times here. I've not spoken. I don't speak long grammar. Let me just say what I want to say, and I log off because I'm too busy today.
Can you do that? Can you do that in 1 minute so that I can go to forefathers and?
No. Why would my own be 1 minute? Why should it be 1 minute?
Yeah.
Quickly, go ahead, sir.
You see, they remember how you give more than 1 minute for your own session, no? Okay.
Oh yeah, quickly, sir.
You want me to go or forefather?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, forefather, for letting me go, first of all, and Chim for allowing me to speak. Like I said, I don't speak too much grammar. The only thing I want to say is that I want to start from the issue of the ambassador that we are nominated. First of all, it does what we saw is how deep you have fallen into the gutters. You know, that's to tell you the level of falling that the country called Nigeria has fallen. You know, where you have the names of the people that they made ambassadors. Governor Ugwanyo of Enugu State, Ibazo of Abia State. You know, these are criminals that are supposed to be under lock and key in the prison. Omokari, or what do they call him? Femi Fanekayode, Yakubu, who have destroyed the democracy that we were supposed to be enjoying in Nigeria today. The chairman of INEC, after all the things he has committed against Nigeria, he has been penciled out for ambassadorial position. That is to tell you that this country you call Nigeria will never survive. Because it has gone to the point where they are telling you, me and you can't do anything. You can only shout on Dr. Damage's platform, but you cannot change nothing. Because that is the message, right? That's the message. You know, that's the message that has been sent to everybody, every Nigerian. You can talk and shout, and at the end of the day, they are the people that they have the yam, they have the knife. Whosoever they cut the yam and give you it. That's where we are in Nigeria. That's why I tell you, we are falling into the gutters to the point that there is no remedy to bring anybody out of it. And also for people who are saying what is going on in Nigeria is genocide. I don't care whatever you think. I don't care who you represent. If people like Ronald Omokari can become ambassador today, most of us in this platform are also going to become ambassador tomorrow. Because that's what the man in Asorok want. You're looking for loyalty. The loyalty is not real loyalty, but the people that he know that he can always manipulate. That are the people that he's looking for. And they are the people that will become the face of Nigeria, representing a country, in Nigeria, 250 million people. He gathered the criminals and political chameleons. He gathered them to give them ambassadorial position. That's your country. And for people who are saying that we need more people in the army, first of all, Let all the major generals in Nigeria, all the people who are military officers, let their children start registering for become soldiers. Let every family member of their family begin to register to become soldiers in Nigeria, including forefathers. You, first of all, you have to travel to Nigeria, register to become a soldier, become a military man, and then you bring your friends, all the whole of your security network. All of you will first of all begin to go back to Nigeria and register to become, to join the army. Then people like us will follow you at the back. But you cannot live at your comfort zone in London and you're saying you don't have enough soldiers in Nigeria. Those countries who would have a little one, they still can run their country because of technology. So I am advising all the military retired, whether retired or serving, their family, their children, their daughters, those ones that are enjoying their life in Canada and US and other parts of the world, they should first of all bring them back to Nigeria. Let them go to join, register, and we see them that they have registered. Then now I can tell my son, listen, if I've seen the son of Babangida, he has gone back to the military, or the forefather has gone to join the military. Listen, you have to leave. You have to leave whatever you are doing in where you live. You have to go back to Nigeria and join the military, because that is what it is. So I think that Nigeria, I don't know how we are going to save Nigeria. First of all, I will end like this, Chim. We have America, London, and France. Three most important strategic countries in diplomacy. You have only one Hausa and two Yorubas that are sent to America, Great Britain, and France. And you are talking about Wazobia. So this is just to tell you that all these things we come here, we are trying to force ourselves to be Nigeria. We are trying to say we want to be Nigeria. But the people you are trying to force yourself to belong to, they don't even want you at all. So I am ending by saying, Chim, thank you for giving me the little opportunity to say my mind. And finally, forefather said that they throw Hiroshima bomb in Palestinian. It's a lie. I don't know where you get your information. It's a complete lie. And remember that a lot of people are watching this program. So when you want to do all these things in order to convince me to believe what you are saying, every time you bring Palestinian to every discussion we're having here, there is no such bomb that was thrown in Palestinian. Please. Thank you. I wish all of you the best of the new week until we see next week. God bless all of you.
Is he muted?
Oh, sorry, Loco P. Sorry, but apologies. Thank you, Mr. Ike. Loco, it's your turn. You speak, and then we go to forefathers, and then round off quickly.
Speak for which one this time? Any new topic?
Yeah, what were we discussing? The last conversation we were having. That everybody has been chiming in on. We've talked about it. We're talking about the weapons. If that's not what you want to talk about, go ahead.
No, sorry, please help me. Just give me the last one, please.
Okay, so our senators were discussing the weapons that were illegally being moved through the streets of Kaduna, and the bullets were falling on the streets, which is an irregular activity. And then everybody's giving their perspective. I don't want to preempt what you want to say.
Okay. Anyways, I don't think that was lesser because I just said something about that it was not serious. That it was just this dominion was like.
Okay, sorry, you spoken. Then it's forefathers gone to.
That's what I said. It's not. No, I know. So that's what I said. No, it's not the last one because we KJ ranted. Okay. Anyway, in the conclusion, I'll just be quick. Anyway, in the conclusion, like I said, please, Nigerians, everybody, please, let's not be docile. Yeah, the only thing that is holding us back is we are too comfortable. Nobody see themselves to be like, let me do something for the nation. None of us. Including myself. Nobody see ourselves doing something for the nation collectively. Because if I talking, they will say, okay, no, everybody do something back home. Individualism has never took any nation anywhere. You understand? It has never. You understand? Everybody has to come today. Okay, let me give you a simple example. What happened on Saturday here? I was surprised I saw it today. Say that this very dark man did cleaning protest or whatever. He was saying it like a joke, but he said it. Everybody keyed it in, and they had one voice, one spirit, one goal. They all came out and look at the massive turnout, and if people, even his enemies, everybody was surprised. Like, look at the turnout. So because they have a collective interest. So I think in our own case in Nigeria, we should put that also in our mindset, like that thought, like there should be collective interest. You understand? Nobody wants to sacrifice, nobody wants to leave their comfort zone. And I think that is where we are getting it wrong. We should be seen out there and put at the back of mind that consistency, persistent consistency over and over. Even if we fail, do it again. It will get to a time your failure will not become acceptable in their face. Like, okay, you have been choking us with this everything. Okay, what do you want now? You understand? So if we in the diaspora come out as a collective unit, collective force, go for the same objective, just one objective, one at a time, consistently, it will get to a time where it will be accepted, whether by hook or by crook or by force. They will have to take it from us because we're like a bone in their throat. So Nigerians, both home and diaspora, not home, diasporans, even you the chat session, please leave your hours there because they say this the social shift, they're packing shift hours. Everybody wants to pack all the shift to make money. Your money you will make will not take you anywhere if you don't have a home to go to. You understand? Because in the abroad that you are right now, the economy is going down every day. It will get to a time you'll be looking going back home to be your next safe haven. So before you get to that point, please let's look for a way whereby we'll make our home comfortable for us so that when this Western economy goes down the drain the way it's going right now, we'll have a place called home that we'll go to and become who we are supposed to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lokopi. So, forefathers, give us your last views and then we round off and close the show. We're actually running into 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Let me address the nuclear weapons issue. The Hiroshima bomb yield is 15,000 kilotons. That's what it comes down to. And America has supplied 14,000, 2,000-pound bombs to Israel since 2023. And by sometime in 2024, they've already used 600 of them on Gaza. 2,000-pound bombs, the equivalent to about 900 something kilograms. So it's almost a ton on its own. That is just that one, not to mention all the others that were dropped. So when some people say is 6 times Hiroshima, it's actually an undercount. Just like the casualties are an undercount because they are not counting all the other people that are remaining under the rubbles and all the people that die from circumstances that they would not have died of because of those things. So that is what I am expressing there. Nobody said there was a nuclear bomb in Gaza. And the reason why I brought it up was because some people think that somehow Trump will come in and be able to solve our problems. When in reality, you have a terrorist group completely fenced in, locked in, with all the bombs in the world at the disposal of one of the most powerful military in the world. And the terrorist group is still standing. I don't know what to tell you. I really don't. Maybe I'm stupid. But I refuse to be that stupid, to pretend as if I don't know that. I don't know what I can tell people. So I'll leave it at that. In terms of our security situation, the truck that was intercepted is also an example of what I'm talking about. When we pretend as if Nigerian security forces are all compromised, why not scale those people that stopped that truck? They are saving lives. You may not know it. It's really sad because sometimes when I think about these things, I literally call those people angels because they are doing job for nobody and nobody thanks them. And a lot of our people sit here and they talk down about them. This is the weirdest thing. You pretend as if you care about those good ones, but everything else you talk about is against them. You say you want to be straight. You see one terrorist on one side and you see your own, you treat it differently. How is that straight? Is that not crooked? The mind, I don't know, maybe it's just me, maybe I'm ADHD. I know I come across as I know it all, But
no, you're talking in innuendos. What terrorists is being excused somewhere and another one not being excused? I'm lost.
If you want me to be direct, I will talk about the terrorists in the north, and they have caused loss of lives, and they are also being killed. Like in the case of Sheikh, he died, but Nnamdi Kanu didn't die. And if the court is to be believed, there's a lot of loss of life that was as a result of his actions. So, and then you will see people say, "Oh, that side is real terrorism, or mine is not real terrorists, or mine didn't cause the loss of life." I don't know what to tell you about that. That is not being straight. Criminals are criminals. If you want to be straight, treat all criminals as criminals. I'm not for negotiating with anybody.
Okay, can I ask you a question as you round off? Because I don't want any of the things you're saying to get lost or thrown away. Now, okay, let's concede to your without necessarily. Let's agree without necessarily conceding. So we have you understand the modus operandi and the essence of what the guys in Boko Haram were trying to fight for. You also understand. I know I don't have the facts, but let's go by the information out there in the media that there are people who say they are fighting for their cattle, for their right to be able to graze. And that because some people are not allowing them graze, they will forcefully entrench their grazing demands by sacking villages so that their cows can graze. And there is a group in the Borno axis that has mobilized from Boko Haram to ISWAP and Co., who say that they are against Western education, and that they will force everybody who is in trying to imbibe Western education to stop. That's what those ones are saying. Now, let's agree with you without conceding that IPOB is a terrorist organization. What is their modus operandi? IPOB says we want a referendum. We want the people indigenous of the place they have referred to as Biafra to have the right to self-determination. They terrorize their own people. As I mean, the argument you're making, their own people of the same ethnic stock within that axis to agree with their objectives. They have not strayed into Ogun State. They have not strayed into Kwara. They have not strayed into Benue. They have not even strayed into their closest neighbors, Rivers, Cross River, Akwa Ibom. But we've had people stray into Ondo State, kill people, stray into Kwara State, take people hostage, straight into somewhere in Oyo State and even in Enugu State. Now, going by your argument, would you say that when the military have tried to fight them, you had the military go and do Operation Python Dance in Umuahia, not just in Umuahia, in exactly where Nnamdi Kanu, he was at home. They went to his father's house and created mayhem. So in the light of all of this, how do you situate what you're saying?
The Southeast, clearly you are right. They didn't go into anybody's neighborhood.
It doesn't matter.
And,
You hold on. You terrorize Nigerians. I hate when you want to keep
No,
them
I'm
in
not
one
trying
place
to excuse it.
to say no, hold on. I'm just saying what Chim is saying. I would like you okay because they did not go to other states. So
I agree with you. No, hold on. Look, okay, I agree with you. But what I'm saying is this: because of the way he was going about, that's why I'm asking. That's when I'm breaking it down in that perspective. So please go ahead, sir.
So it is true they didn't stray into other people's territory with war. And it even goes beyond that. Generally, the Southeastern people have not been very warlike historically. They really haven't. That's the truth. In Nigeria, most other groups are often more warlike. So, yes, it's true they remain in their areas, and there is an element of not being equivalent. You can say the Niger Delta groups to do the same thing. They remain in their own areas. So there are differences in the nature, and the Fulanis or the herders, the nature of the work they do means, or the way they live means that they have to traverse the nation. Maybe that's why they show up in so many different areas. But I think Koloko is right. Criminal behavior is criminal behavior. Loss of life is loss of life. And I really feel bad for people that actually suffer the casualties of this loss of life. And that is the one that really baffles me sometimes when people try to hesitate when they say, send people there to go and help protect them. It's like, why do you block it? Why do you want to argue over lower tier problems. Lower tier problems is salary and all the other stuff, but the higher level problem needs to be dealt with. People need to be there. You need to put bodies between them, the criminals, and the innocent citizens. Nobody's protecting them. You know how, man, do you know how horrible it must feel to go to bed in the middle belt areas, knowing that these things could come to your village anytime, especially if you live on the outskirts? It's really horrible. Then in the north, the same thing. It's so the way I look at this thing is so clear in my mind. Criminal behavior needs to be dealt with, and the way you deal with it is with your people. We've had kingdoms before now. We didn't need drones to do all of them. Human beings are the most sophisticated weapons you can generate. You train them very well, and you send them out there to do what needs to be done. And then, if you have to deal with salary, whatever you need to deal with it. And because when you send those people to go and do that job, the nation will start to heal. You have more security. People will be able to go to farm. Economic activity will increase. Income will increase. Jobs will increase. The nation will be better off. That's what they call a self-healing process. That said, you see, I struggle with truth, and I think maybe I wanted to have a live stream about that. Truth is something that we really need to cherish, because I actually believe in religion when they talk about light. That's what they mean when they talk about truth, because it's the essence of everything. If you cannot know how to trace truth, you are just walking in the wilderness. You are going to walk through life aimlessly and just die. Remember, we are all going to die. And people that talk about me going to Nigeria to this thing, become a soldier, I don't have any problem with that. Even the Nigerian government, I said it the other day. I was with Peter Obi on a panel, and he said he was going to recruit 1 million. Your beloved Peter Obi wanted to recruit 1 million. And I said, if he was willing to do that, I'm going to put myself forward to recruit. I don't know whether they will take me. I'm an old man, so they may not. Maybe I don't have the cardio skills to do all those things. So, but I'm willing to put myself forward. What is more worthy to die protecting your people when you know your life, your death is not going to mean nothing? It's going to be something. And all those people that die, their death is not nothing. They are keeping people alive. That security officer that stopped those bullets from going through, you know how many lives that man has saved? Or the men that were protecting that thing have saved?
It wasn't a security officer that stopped any bullet. It was citizens who reported the matter, took the videos. These are civilians.
Okay, God, good. So those civilians that stopped it, who apprehended it? Who apprehended? No, hold on, sorry.
No apprehension. Nobody apprehended anything.
So the thing just apprehended itself.
They didn't stop it. It passed. They only showing what fell from the trailer. Nobody was able to know what happened to the trailer. The trailer disappeared.
So hold on. Are you saying something just fell from the trailer? People just assume that bullets are all over the trailer.
Forefathers, a trailer was passing through. Imagine the trailer passing the street where you live, and bullets are falling out of the truck of that, and it's not a military truck. Clearly, these people are going somewhere to deliver these weapons to whoever is going to use it. So citizens who videoed the situation sent it to their own people and somehow it made its way into the chambers of the Senate while they were deliberating. And then one of the people who got it went and showed it to the Senate president. That's what happened.
So do we have that video to see what they thought?
You want me to play it again? I can play it.
No, the guns. I didn't see the guns.
No,
I didn't see the bullets.
Ammunition. Hold on. It's ammunition, not it's ammunition.
Yeah, I didn't see the ammunition that fell out, so they didn't even stop it. So the thing went on its merry way.
It was civilians, people, it was passerby, road users that saw it, not military people. So they just recorded it and spread the video. That's it. That was how everybody knew about it. Not that police saw them, caught them, whatever. But they must have been. Maybe they might have caught them again later that day. But at that moment, that video was just on the spot of seeing them bullets just dropping out. You understand?
Based on what you just reported just now, then you cannot run into conclusion. You don't know who the weapon is for. You don't know whether it's the military.
Who gives a fuck? Who is it for? Who gives a fuck who the ammunition is for? Who cares? In the same country, now so they carry bullet waka. What do you now?
No. I think. See, the idea of saying, you see, sometimes things are done in the cloak and dagger manner. It's not always clear. I don't know why KJ is there jubilating whenever people talk things that are actually not factual. Whenever somebody is trying to get to the truth of things, he just goes
hold on. Let me paint a picture. Hold on, let me paint a picture. Just imagine now. I did drive 911. I cover the full back now with nets, everything fill up. But as I dey drive, they go, I just overtake you. Small now, my normal driver, I just overtake you. Maybe you want that, but then your camera or your eyes see me say, at the edge of my truck, at the edge, the bucket. Now so pinkling sound you dey hear. You know what it be? You hear the pinkling. When you can't drive closer, you can't just say some brass color, brass look alike, some bullet shape like brass golden color. Just the tray follow me, they go. Then you can't begin carry phone, they record me, they go. When you can't pick one, you can't go closer. You can't say ammunition they fall, loss of it they fall. Meanwhile, the bucket full. No, you don't need rocket science to tell you, say, oh, probably, perhaps, now the full bullet, now full the full bucket. Whether the half or whatever. But as you are driving along beside me, now so the bullets, they drop. Not even one. Chunks of it in batches, they drop, follow me. After they drive, they go. You just recorded and spread the video. You don't know whether police catch me or not. That was it all. But now bullets, now full, and did that truck. Which in a sense society, that vehicle is not branded military, not top secret, not nothing. It's just like any regular 911 or Boki truck where they carry number, just the same type of truck. But you are surprised that bullets just they fall from the car as the truck as they go following you. That is cause for alarm. You understand? So
no, I understand that. I understand the cause for alarm.
911 first. You don't know what to be 911.
Sorry.
911.
No, okay, no problem. If you go
You have
ask
explained yourself.
what's 911.
Guys, we need to start rounding off.
Yeah, I've explained it, but let me finish my own explanation because the moment I say one thing, people start talking.
Okay, so
I just explained to you what was happening.
Minute and a half to please do that.
See, my point is that if you don't have the full picture, you don't have the full picture. And this is the issue I have with the way we talk. When I say something, often I have evidence to back it up. You can't keep pretending as if you know the truth when you have, yes, what he said was disturbing, but we don't know the full picture yet. And whatever, anyway, the people that still have to face that bullet, let's say it belongs to bandits and the worst terrorists under the sun, are still this same Nigerian police and military that has to stand and face them. One man to 1,000 citizens to protect. That is what we are subjecting them to. And we say they are not performing. Personally, I think they are overperforming. You go and try doing that kind of job. Like this situation you described now. You have to defend a country where all this is happening. I don't even know the kind of things those people go through. I can't even start thinking about it.
Sorry, let me ask you one question. Hold on, let me ask you a question. Have you seen any video on YouTube, any video on YouTube of a Nigerian soldier in the forefront crying about manpower? Boots, there's no boots on the ground. Any video at all, just even one?
Yeah, I have.
Can you find that video and play it out? Like
I'll find it.
Because hold on. Not because they don't because they're complaining. The only thing they're complaining about is they don't have enough men, not welfare, not ammunition, not food, not whatever, not vehicle. No, just number of soldiers. Have you seen
they complain about everything now? Everything.
No. I want you to show me the one that they complain about numbers of soldiers not being on ground, enough on ground. I just want
hold on. Do you think when you send military officers that are relatively low ranking into battlefield, they will tell you that they will understand the ratio of military that is supposed to be there? Most of them don't understand those concepts.
And even you that's not a military man, you know better than those that they will send to the field. They did not complain that they don't have enough men. They're complaining about they don't have enough good weapon ammunition and bad truck. That's what they complain about because they are the ones practically on the field, on the ground. They know who they are facing. You that is sitting down in front of a computer, you are saying no, they are because they are on low soldiers, so they don't know the scope of people they are attacking.
I'm going to have to cut both of you because we're running out of time. We have one person.
He is stopping me from talking, and you are not stopping him. Then you come and stop me.
I won't talk again.
He keeps interrupting me. He doesn't let me finish.
Land on your views, please. Land on your views.
So, when you don't defend your people, don't be surprised you see the country that you are seeing now. And truths are beyond any human being. This is what I was talking about. And the next stream is going to be about that. Truth, let me repeat that again, is beyond every human being. If you can find the truth that other nations secure their people better with more people, soldiers, even when they have more technology than you, they still use, why do they still need more people? And then you also find out that same nation where they are very rich, They have more, like in the case of the UK, they have 1 million criminal convictions every year. When Nigeria that is poor, riddled with crime and lawlessness, they do 30-something thousand convictions every year. It shows you that the way you are looking at society is completely warped, because you are thinking that it's because we are poor, that is why you see criminality. But in the UK, they sentence people 1.something million every year for criminal conviction every year in the UK here, where they have all this wealth. So now, let me just finish my point, please. Let me talk, please. So when you come to national security, you see the figures in other countries. They tell you that they employ 1 soldier to 150. In the case of America, it's 1 soldier to 150 citizens. Many countries are within that range. When you come to Nigeria, if you look at the actual fighting soldiers, if you remove paramilitary, it's 1 soldier to more than 1,500 even. If you include the paramilitary, which is forest guard and other people, it's 1 soldier to 1,000. Is that kind to your own people when you subject your own soldiers to that kind of stuff and expect them to perform? And then you come here and fight for them. You say, oh, you want the people to be secure. The population that, then when somebody tells you that this is what your people are suffering, the people that are keeping your people alive, they are trying to do that. They don't have manpower. Those people don't understand those things. Like I spoke to a colonel here, a retired colonel here. I asked him whether Nigerians have enemies. He says no, that we don't need external security. This thing, we don't need it. And I asked, when we talk about national security, most of us, I don't know whether our mind is broken or our threat assessment antenna is broken. Maybe that's why we're colonized. No, just give me a minute, please. Yeah, let me just have my say. I've been very quiet and obedient and everything. So let me do. I dictate. The show is closing now. So the point is, those people, that colonel didn't know, and I told him that any nation that is technologically, militarily, and economically more advanced than you are a potential threat. He said, but we don't have any of that. I said, so you are waiting until they threaten you before you start. That is not what you do. You prepare before it comes. And because we do that in our houses every day, we buy locks and burglary proof and everything, not because a thief has already come to your house. You do it because you don't want the thief to come. But yet, when I present these common concepts to our Nigerians, they reject it outright. Is that not a problem? Thank you.
All right, thank you, forefathers. Victory, can you in 1 minute, because we're shorting, I just want you had come into the studio, that's why I'm allowing you to speak. Just give your perspective in 1 minute, and then I will round off and we'll close, please.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Chim, and it's nice to see you again. And KJ Maoga, I greet you. And forefather, as usual, here doing this thing. I haven't been here in a while, but sometimes I've been watching from the backstage, just hear people say a lot of things, and I don't even know what is honestly, I don't know what is the issue with you. Whether it's because you are neurodiverse and the way you say things is completely different. I don't know whether that's the issue with you, but I think most Nigerians I think they are suffering from the disability of the mind, because you hear them say things and you wonder that this thing doesn't make sense. And forefather is a classic example of this. And like I said, I'm not here to attack you, but maybe because you're neurodiverse and you see things from a different perspective. And we didn't need people like you to be in the room when we're having a discussion so that we can get different perspective. I don't know what people are arguing about. It's obvious that the Nigerian government is complicit about what is happening in Nigeria regarding the killings. People that had experience, you have Dajuma said that the military collude with these people. You heard Obasanjo say this few days ago that when I was in power, we have ability to know where anybody is in Nigeria. But the issue that we had then, we have to move by air or by ground to pick them up. Now you can use drone to finish them off. So I don't know what forefather is still looking for. You've had people that have been in serious position, that have led the country, giving you their own opinion, but you still come and constantly deflect. And
you call me neurodiverse. Are you blind and deaf? Have you not read the data in the world? I thought you were a man of data.
I'm going far. I'm making my statement. Can you let me finish my thought process? You're
because you're calling me neurodiverse, but are you deaf and dumb or something?
No, I'm not.
Because you can read the data online everywhere, can't you?
Yes.
If you can read the data online, why are you come here to lie to your people?
What am I lying about?
Victory, just
because other countries have more security personnel than Nigeria, but you come here and posture because you want to score stupid points while your people die.
Father, let me finish my
That's what you people do. Stupid points while your people die.
No, don't. Father, let me finish my statement, right? So it's like example, like I recently I was in talking like in October, and everybody's going about doing their business. People are enjoying themselves. The place is secured. And I always ask questions. I always ask the local. I ask them certain questions. Oh, what's the minimum wage? Oh, obviously I can see light is steady. People can go about doing their business. And just a few days ago, I just came from Nairobi as well, Kenya. People are going about doing their business. This place is secure. Nobody will come and harass you. So the bottom point is that Nigeria is really a disgraced country. There's no way you can't spin, no matter how you spin it, right? Even with the little security that we have, if we want to solve the issue that we have on ground, we can solve it. But the government is deliberately complicit about what is happening. That's why what is going on has been going on for years. That's all I have to say anyway. Thank you, Chim.
All right, thank you, Victory. I want to say thank you to everybody who has been part of this program. But by way of rounding off, I want to say that when forefathers mentioned that, some of these nations that have technology still have manpower and all that, and that the UK has, you mentioned a certain number of convictions every year. That is because the UK respects data, accepts data, picks data, and provides accurate data. You cannot say the same. Anybody who is a Nigerian, you can be patriotic about Nigeria, but also say the truth. The Nigerian society loads data. A certain segment of the country does not want data. There is no nation in the world where they intentionally sit down, at least that I know of in modern times. Canada has not sat down to say they are doing a census. But as people are being born every day, you collect the data of all new births, collect the data of those who have died, you do the net off, and you know your population every year. It is very simple. You don't even need advanced technology. It's as simple as just being detailed. Every hospital record in Canada, in Calgary here, every year we even do, let me tell you what happens. We even do the most popular name given to new births. At this December 31st, now they will tell us which name ranked the highest, boy versus girl, and generally. This is done. This is not even census. So the point I'm making is this. New births are being born. Even in the outermost part of Kavanchan, the deepest place you may know, those data gets to the responsible authorities, and that way they know what's going on. We live in a country where the man who is in office, I'm not going to mask it, said to us during campaign, now data, we go shop. All of us were alive. I'm not making up that story. So when you come here and you say these things, are you telling me the Nigerian state is deliberately, intentionally keeping data? The fact is no, you can't. There is no way you tell me convictions in Nigeria. If Nigeria is really serious, it's just 35 per annum. That's not correct. But that tells you that we're not even taking the data seriously. Because if we're really doing it, and this is in a society where people get away without their crimes being recorded, you bribe your way through and you walk off. Sometimes when we come here, I'm very patriotic, let me tell you. I've carried Nigeria on my head. When I start shaking my head, it's like I'm tired. Because you can't keep trying to, what kind of patriotism is that patriotism that denies the inevitable? That's the point I struggle with some of you who are trying to make it look like some of us are not as patriotic as you are.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on, I will let you ask that question and I will close. And secondly, Nigeria used to meddle when I mean meddle, let's use the word meddle because we're all using that word now. Whenever there was a problem in Gambia, Nigeria stepped in. If there was a problem in Botswana, Nigeria stepped in. If there was a problem in Sierra Leone, Nigeria stepped in. That same Nigeria suddenly now is having a problem. Gambia can't solve it for you. Botswana can't solve it for you. Neither of your other African countries. And then some other person wants to help you and you're saying no. On what basis did you go to Gambia to foil a coup when there was a coup? In fact, we went to Sao Tome and Principe when Obasanjo was president. They removed and he told those military junta that if they don't reinstate the ousted president within 24 hours, then Nigeria will come there. It happened. I was living in Nigeria when this happened. For anybody who is alive who knew when it happened should bear me witness. And Sao Tome and Principe junta reinstated the ousted president. It happened in our lifetime. So those of you who are saying Nigeria, oh, America is coming to... No. It will take a superior power to advance a situation in another place. None of these countries I'm mentioning can come and solve Nigeria's problem. None of them can talk to Nigeria, not even South Africa. So if there's a security issue that the world feels can spiral out of control, if not tamed right now, I don't know why anybody is telling me that the US does not have a moral right to step in and say, look, enough of all this bullshit. Let's stop this nonsense. We've had enough of it. That's the point some of us who are trying to be rational are making. I don't want military boots from the US and Nigerian soil. But if the Nigerian government has failed to live up to its responsibility, then any other superior authority that feels, you know what, we need to step in there, we'll be doing the moral thing, right? I will give you the last word, and then I shut down. But as I'm shutting down, I'm going to say, first of all, thank you for all of those people who have supported the group today. Oscar Blackbone, Oriako Tokwe, One Man Went to Mo. I was hoping you would come in, you didn't come in. Maze Prince, and then lastly, Emma Nathaniel. Thank you very much for all your contributions to the platform. We appreciate that. For further, say what you want to say quickly and we shut down.
Yeah, why is it I'm always rushed? This thing, people appreciate you for your moderation. You have to thank me, because
No, of course, no. See, Chim is true.
Yeah,
What?
yeah,
No,
you have to
true.
thank me because
they have to
I
be
did
true.
a good
They have
job
to be
for them to
the
have
bad and the ugly.
Can you
So
say
they can
exactly?
compare. It's not, if Popra is not a bad moderator, they will know you're a good moderator. Do you understand? So if Popra is in line,
you have to appreciate me because I did a good job of prepping them for you. But it's not good. See, I don't require any tags. Like people pick on me all the time. Even when that retired colonel, when he hears what Trump is threatening Nigeria right now, he would have thought, that guy told me, that is a colonel that doesn't understand national security. This is common sense. It's not even like it's common sense. We do it every day in our houses. So, but let's move on from that. So you were saying something about Chim that I find this because most of the stuff you say is often common sense, but about data. Regarding the data aspect, getting the data to find out the people that have different names and finding out whether they are, which one is best, whatever. It's all good. But given where Nigeria is right now, that is not the higher level problem. We have enough data. We have BVN.
No, you're not getting me right. I didn't say that is what we should do. I said as basic, as playful as that is, the city where I live takes joy every year to say, how many births did we experience this year? This is the most popular names parents gave their children, male versus female. I'm saying they love data to that minutest level. The data that we should help us in Nigeria, a segment of Nigeria, I don't want to sound ethnocentric. That's why I'm not going there. And I will resist that. Does not want data. Because if we had data, we would know the accurate number of Nigerian citizens. We don't even know that accurately.
We do know that. You see, this is the thing. You are a man of education. You know, on average, how many children people have. If you do your anecdotal experiment, ask northern people that you meet how many children they have. Ask the southerners how many children they have. Try 5, and then do your summation and say, okay, on average, how many more do they have? That will give you a reflection on what's in the country.
Do that thing over and over and over again. And I think you take like layman, 21st century. Look at what you're saying. Do it over and over and over again. It won't work. It doesn't work that way.
No, it gives you...
Things have changed. Hold on, things have changed. Those days in the south, I remember before you say the Igbo man Igbo pass. Igbo man can be one man, one woman can be like 10 in one table, 10 children in one room. They suffer the money and they go. For hours, then those days, but answer the boat. So things have changed. Igbo man not the bound as many as before. It don't they now 1, 2, you don't do. So things have changed. So you can't say because of that, if you have an average northerner, it is not okay. You know they have 5, 6. Things have changed. Census have to be done every like once in 3
Maybe
or
if
once
you
in
let
6
me
months.
finish, you understand what I'm saying. Maybe if you let me finish, you understand what I'm saying. See, even if they were less in population than you, but if let's say every southerner has 3 children and every northerner has 6, that should tell you that in a matter of time, very, very short period of time, they will outnumber you, even if they were less than your population right now.
How did you get that data? How did you get that if data? How did you get it?
Okay,
how did you conclude that?
Because you can use your own common sense. I'm looking at the data that
coming from where? From
God.
Sky?
See, you keep
Common sense
stopping
coming from
me.
where? From Sky?
You keep stopping me because
All
you
right,
think you are correct, but it's okay.
You know what? Can we take this to the next show, please, so that we round off? Thank you very much, guys. It's been wonderful. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you, KJ, as usual. Thank you, forefathers. Victory, thank you for coming in, even though you came late. Loco P, nice seeing you again, and all the other panelists who have left, who were here earlier on. And a great thank you to all our side commentators on the group chat. I appreciate everybody. All have a wonderful week. Tomorrow is December 1st, so I guess I can start saying Happy Christmas in advance. And to our Oga Pata, Mr. Rudolph, please don't finish the chicken. Remember that after stepping in for you today, I need to eat some chicken. Guys, it's been a wonderful day with you guys. I appreciate you, and have a wonderful week ahead. God bless.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.